We're live. Good afternoon, everyone. We are back for our second summit for traditional medicine and complementary towards and wholesome and integrative medicine. Now we have to do and develop this third day of work dedicated especially to traditional medicine. And for that, we have different panels with which we'll be having brilliant speakers. And our first panel will be directed by Dr. Gina Carrioni. She's an anthropologist with a master's in educational development and social, with a diploma in medical anthropology. Also, she is still a consultant in design of public policies. She worked many times in ethnical working groups for the Office of Social Promotion in the Ministry of Health and Colombian Promotion Ministry. She is currently president of the anthropology chapter of the Association of graduated of the Andes University. Well, Dr. Gina Carrioni, please, you are the moderator of this panel. Please go ahead. Thank you very much, Dr. Martha. Good afternoon, everyone that's connected right now with us. Thank you very much and welcome to the second afternoon panel. Classical experiences in the articulation of traditional medicine, ancestral medicine, challenges and perspectives in Latin America. We have in this space 6 panelists and great speakers of different countries of Latin America, 6 to be exact, where we'll be able to know the experiences in their own countries about the articulation of traditional medicine in the health systems of their own countries, where we'll be able to reflect on the challenges and the perspectives that we have in the different countries of South America facing this articulation process of traditional medicine with a national health system. We'll start the panel with Dr. Vivian Camacho Hinojosa. Dr. Vivian is the General Director of the Ministry of Health, Sport of the Bolivia Republic. She's a surgeon with a specialism in interculturality and health, magister in agriculture and development in Latin America. She's a health coordinator for the people of Bolivia and representative for the Andean region in the Latin American coordination within the worldwide movement for health for the communities commission at high level in with over 40 years in the Americas region. a member of the Alternative Radio of La Chihuahua since 2009 till date, with a weekly program on health and nutrition through on health through nutrition. We want to give her the warmest of welcome to Dr. Vivian Camacho. We'd like her to open her mic and you can start with your presentation, Dr. Vivian.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Vivian Camacho, Kai Bolivia, Manta Tiacuni, Ujatnapalgo y Tucu y Gangunapaj. Un gran saludo para cada uno.
A big warm welcome to each and one of you that are listening to us in this summit, this worldwide summit for traditional medicine, integrational and complementary. It's a real honor and a real joy to be sharing with you the space and to share the voices of the proposals, to share all this mesh of efforts and wills of everything that we are building for a human type of health, with a complete type of health, with this wholesome model of health. And today I'll be sharing with you. I just put it as a background, but it's not quite working. And still, I'll go quickly to my conference that I prepared to share with you. Can you please tell me if you can see that? Yes. Yes, doctor, we can see your presentation there. Thank you very much. So the warmest of welcome to all the members of the network that made all this possible, for all the organizations that's worked harshly during these months to be able to get to this point. I'll be sharing with you traditional medicine ancestry within the health system of Bolivia, where I wanted to pay offer the homage, which is a part of our ceremony of greeting the sacred places where we are, and that everything that joins us and makes us walk and gives us strength can be found here. We are part of social movements from many years ago, already in the search for the construction of health as a human right. And we say this clearly because health is a human right, not just for those that can pay for it or have enough money to pay for that. But actually, we establish that health as a human right has to be that a right that's acknowledged, a right that makes governments to be insurers of this right. So that's why we understand, and we are been denouncing and we've been reporting this pandemic of and a different one. This pandemic of the COVID is grave, but a different pandemic is hunger, and that's what we're going after that. Healthy nutrition should be again our medicine, and that's what we talk about. A production free of agrotoxins, and we talk about the harvesting times, because this is also a part of ancestry of people, and the social determination of health. What kind of health are we talking about if we still have this unfair situation, racism, and to build health? We are talking about, like Dr. Ernesto Guevara said, the first disease that we need to eradicate is social injustice, and that's where we can have food as a human right, access to water for so many populations that still nowadays don't have it, and life free of violence, of racism, and that also builds health from different territories. We are currently on the hegemonic type of dominant medicine that for us is capitalism against life, and it imposes health models and models of consumption that are already unhealthy and go against our health. And we have now islands of garbage floating in our world. We have climate change. We have crises that this system, which is depredating and capitalistic, has produced. And that's where we can find our health crisis at a point where the pandemic is being thought through as a one culture only approach with the word speech, and instead of caring for health, we're always responding to the diseases. And we need to rethink and how do we build health from the territories and from our own systems. We need to feel, we need to be, we need to start from ancestry and spiritualities of the territories themselves. And within this, we have a human being as another type of service and that type of merchandise as a market. And this is terrible because this doesn't just reflects health as a business, but This system mercantilizes health, and this has to be a human right. And when we had the ancestry practices from different countries here, like yoga, Tai Chi, and many other health curing systems have been supposed only for those that can pay for it. And this is an ancestry knowledge of the people. That's what we're working for, that in the network for this type of knowing and this type of knowledge is not for market, but it's for the people. There's a whole process of ancestry healing. So, what is relationship of respect that we need to talk about? We need to talk about power relationship. There's a macro culture that's imposing ours, disqualifying knowledge, and that's made us face as indigenous population that we still suffer of structural racism against our knowledge, against our people, and without violence and the racism that is still inflicted in many territories, in many countries against our own people. That's why we denounce this culture, and our own proposal would be to actually make a whole knowing dialogue. And to get into context in Bolivia, we are an indigenous majority, and we still see representations presented, and we have a Cancha map which Renaissance shows how the moon, and the sun, the stars, our IU, our family, and how this Chacana is not only a square Andean cross, but it's the connection among the walls that we see and that we don't. Now I'm in La Paz, and we have Tiwanago here has over 10,000 years of remembering us that we are people of a deep knowledge of that science and technology in their ancestry scope is still present, and they summon this type of reminiscence, and has never been the other way around. It has never been that the racism is established or imposing on people. That's a lie. That's the speech of culture domination, because our people has a lot of knowledge and beauty to be sharing with the world. A proposal that comes up is Umaki Causa. Is a beautiful, the most beautiful causa, which is that makes us live. So this Umaki Causa has been translated as the well-being, which is a really small translation for the whole world. It doesn't matter, or it's not about increasing your consumption level. It's about living in a dignified way, in a loving way, in a dignified life again, where we can have all of us access to water, to vision, to a peaceful life and a respectful type of life, and care from all of us.
Los callaguayas del Collasuyo
This is an
son muy
emblematic picture. These are the Kalawayas from the Koyasuyo. These are people that have resisted centuries of domination with their own culture, and they are the healers of the Tawantinsuyo. Tawantinsuyo are the four sun people or some populations that unites Peru, Bolivia, Chile, part of Bolivia, and Venezuela. And we are the majority or the Quechua majority of this alive continent. And I wanted to present in Almama or coca leaf, which is medicine and healer of ancestry. So our sacred plants are also a part of our own health. Ancestry knowledge, and I have these pictures to show you here of our people where the ceremonies not just plants, because they want to reduce us to the use of plants, but it's a matter of living together as a dialogue with the invisible world that's still building health, and this is still ongoing. Our ancestry ceremonies bring harmony, equilibrium, and that's where I show you a representation of Yawanaku and the Pachamamita, which is the upper uh, ground and the upper scope and the lower, which allows us to live. That's why I've introduced, and let me introduce you to this because we had an only vice minister of traditional medicine and interculturality, and all of a sudden the current government with the racism and speech that is established now has eliminated the institution for indigenous people. It has eliminated, they have eliminated this vice ministry. This vice ministry of traditional medicine that we hope to recover, and it's still present in the direction of traditional medicine, but the outlook is to retake this type of important space to carry on with the management from the Vice Ministry of Traditional Medicine that historically is the only one in the Abya so far. We have a law 459 on ancestry traditional medicine that represents for us part of the cultural resistance, because ancestry medicine takes care of wholesome health, mental, spiritual, and body health. It takes care of animals, plants, human beings, and sacred places because we are a live population with our own cultures and with our own knowledge. something that we've
que esta
implemented
mañana
and
brillantemente
that in this
compartió
morning
mi querida
has been
colega María
brilliantly put by
Rodríguez
the
es la política
colleague
regional
Dr.
de
Melia
cooperación
Heredia as a
internacional
family
complementary
policy
medicine,
of
Integrative
interculturality that
Medicine,
thanks to her has been carried
que
out in Bolivia.
actualmente
And that
necesitamos seguir
currently where
reforzando
we need to keep on reinforcing and we need
porque
to
tenemos
keep on
recursos
pushing
desde los
for
territorios
as
donde
health to be
tenemos
built from
conocimientos de
territories
riesgo
and promoting this
intercientíficos, la
inter-scientific
ciencia
type of
ancestral y la
dialogue
ciencia
between
moderna
the
occidental,
ancestry science and the occidental type of
complementariedad
science,
entre medicina
intermedicality
convencional,
between
académica
conventional
y la
medicine,
medicina ancestral
academic, and
comunitaria.
the ancestry medicine of the
La
people,
interculturalidad
communitary medicine, and
reconociendo que las
multiculturality,
diferencias pueden
recognizing that
complementarse
differences
en
can be
reciprocidad y
complementing
solidaridad.
in reciprocity
Los
and
puntos de encuentro
solidarity. Some of the encounter
necesitamos
points and
darles
positions that we
estudio y
need
respeto a su modo de vida,
for a
ver la peculiaridad de cada región, cada realidad
professional to respect
absolutamente
the
únicas
knowledge of
y
different type of
únicas.
culture and the
Todos
people's
tenemos
cosmovision
nuestra
that's still
relación
life.
desde
We
nuestra
all have
nacimiento
something
a
to
la
do
vida,
to
conversar desde que leemos a todos
respond to
nacer
life,
y
to
respiración complementaria
understand
unilateral,
and
imaginación
that
para ser
we need
solidarios,
to have
nosotros y
imagination to be
vos, María,
solidary among us
complementando
and
cada
the
medicina
different
con la
people
tradición
complementing
sin
knowledge
descalificación. Al
of
contrario, desde el cariño y el
a
respeto por lo
wholesome
único que podemos
approach with
compartir.
care and the mutual
Dentro
respect
de
that we
nuestra
can
propuesta
share.
seremos
Within the
pensando en
response that we
coherencia
had and they put
internacional y
into
nacional
context,
de políticas
internationally, we already talked
internacionales
about
para el
policies for
COVID-19
indigenous population and for
desde
COVID.
la ONU.
We had
Sin
an
embargo, todavía
ONU
siguen
and
cometiendo
PAHO
errores
document that
locales.
is still kind of
Necesitamos
vertical
volver a los
outlets. We need
territorios
to go
y
back
hemos
to
trabajado este
our
documento
territories.
por el derecho a la
We
salud
have
de
worked
los pueblos
in this document for
indígenas
the right of
como
health
parte
and
de la
health of
Comisión de
indigenous
Autonomía
population as a
Política.
part of the
Hemos lanzado
Almata
nuestras
Committee, and we have launched the
recomendaciones de la Comisión
recommendation
Almata.
document
¿Qué
from the
tal nuestra
Commission
Mata? Lo relanzamos
to
ahora
40
en
years of
nuestro
Almata. We've been
resumen.
launched that in
Estamos
Mexico in
mencionando
2019,
aquí que
positioning ourselves
Almata hace más de
that
40
Amata,
años ya nos
for over
orienta
40
en el
years,
mundo y
already demands
trabajemos
to
con la
the
medicina
world that we
tradicional
work with
ancestral.
traditional ancestry
Lanzamos estos
medicine.
documentos
So we're talking about
internacionales para
international
sustentar la
documents
propuesta de los
that will
pueblos.
sustain
Es
the
nuestro derecho, es
proposal
un
of
privilegio de los
the people
gobiernos,
and its
deber social de los pueblos,
social depth of
fundamental
governments to consider
legislarlos para
ancestry
impacto
medicine as a
social
part
y
of the
social.
universal systems of health.
Existe también, como esta
We
mañana
still
hemos
have,
escuchado a
as
la
we heard this morning,
Socorro Gross y hemos escuchado a
Socorro
las
Gross, and we've
colegas que
heard
están
our
trabajando
colleagues that are
sobre las
working from
políticas
PAHO on
de
these
pueblos, pueblos indígenas.
policies for
Muy
the
interesantes
indigenous
documentos.
population's health.
Y Bolivia
Important
también
advances in the
está en
region,
esta
and Bolivia
línea.
is also within
Han
this
sido
line
documentos que hemos
of work,
recopilado
and we have these
con
documents that
ejemplos de
we've
cómo
gathered with
los gobiernos
examples
han
on how from
respondido
documents of
y
government we've
cómo
responded to
también
COVID and
las
how
indígenas han
also
respondido
indigenous
desde la
population have
sociedad
responded
comunitaria.
from the
Hablamos de
communitary
trabajar
action
la propia
in indigenous
ancestral
governors and
medicine,
especially
tradicional
in
ancestral, llegando a
traditional
las radios
ancestry
indígenas
medicine
para
that
reducir el
alongside
estigma
tradition where you
social,
have
pero además
um,
han incentivado la promoción de
incentivated and
plantas
encouraged the
de
promotion of
ancestral,
ancestry
recetas de
health
plantas
with our own
ancestrales
recipes and
y
plants
las
and care.
propuestas que
One
vamos
of
a
the main
desarrollar
proposals that we are going to be
a
working
partir del
with and
año nuevo.
working around is a new world.
Necesitamos con urgencia
We need
establecer,
urgently in this
recordar que la
situation
salud
to
es el
remind
bien
ourselves that
común,
health is
es el
a
cuidado.
mutual care, the
Necesitamos ser
intercare.
comunidades
We need to
integradoras.
be
Por eso
caring communities, and that's why I see policies in traditional ancestry medicine in
necesitamos
Bolivia
retornar
needs
con fuerza a los
to go
territorios
back
donde las
again to
ciencias
their land, to
ancestrais
the territory where they
triunfan.
are
Todavía tenemos
alive, but
límites.
we still have a
Un
limit
sistema de salud
when the
cuando
health
los
system
centros de
and when
enseñanza no
um,
contemplan esta
educational centers do not
pluralidad
contemplate the
y
plurality of
disponibilidad.
knowledge and interculturality
Tenemos
yet.
desafíos a seguir, sin embargo, algunas
We have
recomendaciones
challenges to carry on and some
para
recommendations
fortalecer
to
su
close
resurgente
my
y enfrentar el
presentation.
neoliberalismo
It's
que impone
important to
sistemas de salud
face the freelancer
agroextractivos
capitalism that,
basados en la lógica
based
mercantil
on
y
the
no del cuidado de
market
la población.
logic, it's not caring for the people's
Integraremos
health,
salud, ciencia
and
y
to promote
medicina, innovación en nuestra
sovereignty
región,
in research on
reforzaremos la
health with science
interdisciplinaridad
deepening
hacia la
interculturality in
soberanía.
health towards the
Es posible,
sovereign
así como ustedes han
in
escuchado,
health because it's possible. As you have heard,
mejorar esta
India and China
coordinación
with their
desde
own
su
big
propia realidad y
but
territorial.
from their own territory,
América
land,
Latina tiene la
reality,
potencialidad
have all
para
this
trabajar y avanzar
potentiality
hacia la
to
soberanía en
move
salud,
forward and
articulación y
work towards
complementariedad entre las diferentes
sovereign
medicinas para la producción y
health. And
reproducción
that's why we
humana,
need to care
articulando
for
desde la
medicines, to
aceptación y
care for life,
reconocimiento de
accepting and
diferentes
acknowledging mutual
conocimientos
valuation of
ancestrales,
knowledge and ancestry
sobre todo
practices.
es necesario
Especially, it's
recordar
necessary to
que este
remind
territorio
and
nos ha
remember that
cuidado
the
durante
territory's health
muchísimo
has taken
tiempo.
care of us in this
Recordar
pandemic.
que
The
somos
organization and the
parte
political
de
power
un
to
territorio que es
conduct an
único.
effective type of
Hace muchos
intervention is
años la
urgent.
mujer
And that's why
maravillosa
we are a
de la
part of this
Secretaría
wonderful
de Salud
network
y
and from
siempre
the
la propongo para
executional
ustedes que nos siguen
secretary. I
escuchando.
always promote it
Las
to
marchas,
everyone that are listening to
utilizar
add
las
up
medicinas
and help us to
tradicionales
visualize that
para
ancestral
poder
medicine,
ayudar a
complementary and
nuestros
integrational
pacientes.
medicine needs to be a part of the
La
health
propagación más
system.
grande desde los
The most
pueblos
important
indígenas
proposal from
tradicionales
indigenous population that we
es
have
nuestra
been
más
moving
grande
forward is
salud,
that
es la
our
tierra.
biggest healer is
Salud,
Pachamama,
salud
Mother Earth.
significa tierra
So health from Mother Earth is health for the people. If we have clean water and clean air and healthy food, we'll have our medicine nearby. But in a system that contaminates and pollutes water, land, soil, air, we're not going to have health from anybody. And that's what we see during the crisis of quarantines and rigid quarantines, where in this Taman desert, they never had any plant or they didn't have any green space. And we need to fix this with community life, agroecology, and we need to prove that ourselves we have a possibility and we are the change that we want to see in the world, as Gandhi said. With the dignified life of people makes a part of this health construction, not just with people that have good intentions that would inherit and take our knowledge, but also they sell it and they make money off of it. And that's not what we want. We've been misusing ancestral medicine, and that's why we need to be recognized from territories and from governments themselves for people to be able to defend their own rights to identity from ancestry health, because it's about time to people to flourish. Let me make you known for about this. The Latin American Association of Social Medicine, the Brazilian Red Unida, which is now is international, and we'll be working along with them about these issues and the people's movement. And since 2013, we've been trying to look for health as a right, not as a merchandise, and we built it from love and mutual care. And that's what we are advancing towards the decolonization of health to really take the strength of the spirituality and ancestry as a part of the health system. Thank you very much. Dr. Vivian, thank you very much for your presentation. Really careful with the time that you took. Thank you for that. And our request for those connected through YouTube or the questions that they have, we'll be solving them once we have our final round of presentations, or once we finish this segment. At the end, we'll have a space to answer to some questions. So I will ask you to please, our panelists, to remain till the end of this table. We'll continue now with our second presentation in charge of Dr. Margarita Saez. Margarita is an anthropologist and master in public health of the Chilean University. She is and still is consultant in public policies and social programs for health, a consultant of the Andean Organism for Health, Hipólito Unanue. He was a member of the Andean Commission of Intercultural Health for this Andean organism for over 20 years. And till 2017, she had the position of Chief of Department of Health for Indigenous Population, Interculturality of the Division of Public Policies, Health and Promotion of the Subsecretary of Public Health from the Ministry of Health of Chile. Welcome, Margarita, and you can open your mic and share your presentation.
Hola.
Hello.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon,
Y a todas.
everyone.
Estoy con una dificultad con la
I have a
presentación.
little bit of difficulties with my presentation and my screen sharing, so just a minute, please.
No encuentro dónde está
Can't find
la presentación.
the screen share option. It's down at the bottom of your screen. You should have in the middle a green button that says share screen, or in Spanish.
No lo estoy encontrando.
Can't find it, I'm sorry. You probably have the audio, the video, the participants, chat box, share screen.
Ahora me
Okay.
aparece.
Okay, I have it now. And you're gonna open this in your.
¿Se está viendo?
Can you see it? You can check and press the full presentation icon.
Voy a irme al comienzo entonces.
Okay, I'll go back to the beginning.
Estaba en otra parte. Bien, ahora sí. Bueno, en primer lugar, agradecer esta enorme oportunidad de
First, I would
poder
like to thank
no solo
this huge
escuchar, sino
opportunity
también
for not only
reflexionar
listening, but also
con tantas importantes
providing reflections jointly
cosas
with
en
so
las
many
que
important
hemos
people
estado, la
on what
transformación
we have been
del
seeking,
sistema de
which is
salud en los
transformation
países
of the
y
healthcare system in
el
countries,
trabajo con los
and
pueblos indígenas de
especially
una
working
manera
with indigenous peoples
horizontal, respetuosa
in a
y
horizontal,
que logre
respectful manner,
sostenida en el tiempo.
and of course, for
El
it to be
trabajo
sustained in time.
nunca ha sido fácil.
The effort has never
Las
been easy.
dificultades han estado desde el primer
Difficulties
momento.
have been there since
Y
the
en la
beginning,
época en la que yo fui
and
parte del
during the
Ministerio de Salud,
times in
intentamos
which I
hacer
was working in the Ministry of Health, we
transformaciones.
attempted to perform
Eh,
great
Comenzó
transformations.
como en los años 90,
This started in the
los
90s,
años en que Chile volvió a la
at the
democracia.
time when Chile went
Y
back
en
to
ese
democracy.
periodo,
And during that period,
las personas que trabajábamos en el Ministerio de Salud
we were working at the
estábamos
Ministry of Health,
dedicados a producir
and we were
profundos
dedicated
cambios
to producing deep
que nos
changes
permitirían hacer posible
that would allow
el
us to
acercamiento de la salud a las
facilitate
personas, a las
an approach
comunidades, a las poblaciones.
to
Pero
healthcare
llevábamos un impulso
for
tan
people,
grande
for
que
communities. And
las
this
personas que estaban
en, entailed or involved
conmigo
such a
decían
huge
que a
tax
través
that
de la
other
EPS o
people involved with the ministry that, and they
de
said
salud
that
que
via
se instaló en el
primary
ministerio,
healthcare,
éramos como una crisis
which was said in the
epiléptica en
ministry,
el
we
cerebro
had
de un
like an
dinosaurio.
epileptic crisis
Y la
in
verdad
the
es que
brain of a
estábamos tan
dinosaur.
convulsionados
And we were
en la
actually
democracia
so,
que se querían hacer muchos
so,
procesos a la vez y se
so full of hope
necesitaban los recursos que
that we
prontamente
wanted
salieron
to
para
work on so many
iniciar
projects at the same time,
un
and we're
cambio
seeking
y hacer del
resources in
sistema
order
de
to
salud
start with this deep
un derecho.
change and in order to turn
No puedo
healthcare
decir en los
into a
últimos
right.
años que
Now, I
se
cannot
haya
say that
cumplido,
throughout the years this has
pasaron
been
30
fulfilled.
años,
30 years have now
estoy
passed
contando un poco
s-
quizás,
on- regarding
y
what I'm
ha
telling now,
sido progresivo el
and
desarrollo de
the development has been progressive
cambiar
for
a veces
shifts which move forward and
cuando
sometimes they also move backward.
queremos producir un acercamiento con los pueblos
When we
indígenas.
want to approach indigenous
Hubieron
peoples,
condiciones generales de manera
there were general
desde el trabajo
conditions
internacional, pero también
regarding international effort,
muchos
but
profesionales
there were
y
also many professionals and
de distintas
people
fuentes
from
que
different
se acercaron
sources
a
who
apoyar ese
approached
quehacer y que
us to
sin duda
support
con
this
el
duty,
trabajo y de los
and
pueblos
without a
indígenas,
doubt,
también
with the
proporcionaron
input from the peoples
y
themselves and their struggle for their
tener
demands, and
un
what
encuentro
mainly
en torno a lo
was
que
an
se buscaba,
encounter
que era la
regarding what
interculturalidad en
was being
salud.
sought after, which was
Bien,
interculturality in health.
estos avances
This,
que existen
these
sin duda
advancements that we now have would have
son
not been possible.
insuficientes, como recordaba
And
la
without a
doctora
doubt,
Nila
they are still
Heredia,
insufficient, as Dr. Nila Heredia
los
was
países
reminding us a while
principalmente
ago.
se mueven a
The
través
countries
de
mainly
voluntades políticas
move
y
through
estas
political will,
cambiantes
or mobilize through
a veces
political will, which
toman
is
mucha
changing.
fuerza y en otras
And sometimes they
modelos
gather much
vuelven a
strength, and at other times, processes tend to
voy a
halt.
intentar cambiar la
I
imagen.
will now try to change the
Esto,
image.
entonces, se buscaba un cambio de
So
paradigmas,
we were
queríamos
seeking a
hacer
change in paradigm, a
esto
paradigm shift,
con un
which was
escenario que
something
no era
huge
el mejor
under a
para
scenario
la
which
salud.
was not the most appropriate in
Había
those
un
years.
absoluto
There was
falta de
an
reconocimiento
absolute
de que
lack
éramos
of
un país muy
acknowledgement
diverso
for us as
y
a
todavía
diverse
persiste.
country, and this
Todavía
still
Chile no se
persists.
reconoce como un
Chile
país
does not
plurinacional
acknowledge itself still as a
y
pluri or
siempre los procesos de
multicultural country,
participación que hay en el
and
país
always
son
participation processes
insuficientes.
in the country are
Son países
insufficient.
aún
By those years,
más pequeños
it
los
was
procesos
they were
desarrollados
even
en ese sentido.
smaller still, the processes developed in that
La
sense.
garantía de los servicios de salud, los pueblos indígenas
Mm,
no existían,
In the delivery
estaban
of
ausentes.
healthcare services for
Los
indigenous
chinos
peoples, this did
existían,
not exist.
muchas otras denominaciones.
These were farmers, or they worked
Fue un
under
cambio para
different
el personal
denominations. So this was
sanitario
a
con su
deep
propia
change for
cultura
healthcare
de
staff, which has its
reconocer
own culture,
que efectivamente
which entails
no
acknowledging
bastaban
the fact that these peoples are there, they are alive, and they have, especially, they have their culture, their knowledge and wisdom alive, and with the people who make use of their medicine still doing so. And as was said a while ago today, they said we are still caring for ourselves with our own medicine. There was much effort via different routes until a health policy for indigenous peoples was achieved by those years. And perhaps the foundation of this policy was the first step taken from the ministry in the sense of acknowledging that there are other types of knowledge and that the biomedical hegemonic model is not the only one valid. This, such an important expression from a will for change, was what allowed, little by little, to start building all the processes which came after. So we started um, an enterprise where interculturality was in the debate, in the discussion. It was quite controversial at first, and having years past, this did not end still. There's always an ongoing discussion where peoples insist that those who need to be intercultural are people who work under the healthcare system because they are intercultural and they have always been forced to move between two worlds. Therefore, who needs to change, who needs to be able to acknowledge and to develop other ways and other paradigms are precisely those from Western culture. This important reflection, without a doubt, has been a process which still has not ended, and it does not end precisely because in the country there are significant debts of many types in relation to these peoples, and especially regarding acknowledging their rights, and mainly acknowledging their political or economical and territorial rights as well. So, an effort was carried through which has many forms of expression. This effort had a territorial focus, and at the level of the many levels of the system of attention, programs were developed and also policies were implemented, and also norms and laws were issued which seek above all being able to introduce a model of attention where there is indeed an articulation and a complementation of medical systems. I would like to point out in this same sense that the concept of articulation, as was said today as well, is insufficient. There are many elements which must occur beyond articulation of systems, which deal with rights and respect, and they also relate with possibility under which there is indeed good conditions for its development. In the case of Chile, the many experiences were quite uh, marked by the level of organization that peoples have in their territories and by the possibility of being able to have processes where there is effectively this respect and the possibility of building jointly on health issues for deep changes, as has been in the case of Chile, several renowned experiences which relate to administration of indigenous peoples themselves for certain health centers, where complementarity of medical systems is being sought after. And it is also very important to say that the relationship is not one of forced complementarity. This is very important because there must be independence of systems of culture, and not to think that in each case there's a need or um, the need to force this complementarity. And that also relates to the right to autonomy and decisions that people must have.
Sobre cómo se debe dar el reconocimiento
On how acknowledgement
ha
must
sido un
come
tema de
by,
enorme discusión a lo
this has
largo de los
been an
años.
issue of huge
Los
discussion throughout
sistemas
the years.
médicos de los pueblos
Medical
indígenas
systems from indigenous
no son
peoples
conocidos en Chile
are not
y
known
han sido varios los
in
intentos por
Chile, and
buscar
so there are many
mecanismos para
attempts
llegar a ellos.
for seeking mechanisms
Sin el
to
reconocimiento
uh,
constitucional de los pueblos indígenas, esto
engage with them. However,
funciona a
without
lo mejor
constitutional
como
acknowledgement of
simplemente
indigenous
fuera
peoples,
de lugar.
this to them
Eh,
sounds as
por
something which is
supuesto,
completely
cualquier
out of place.
reconocimiento
And of
que tiene
course,
que ver con
any
derechos
acknowledgement which
sociales
relates to peoples and their
es un
rights
deber del Estado
is a duty
completo
from
bajo
government
la
as a
buena
whole.
voluntad de
It
un
does not
sector
go through the goodwill of a certain
lamentablemente
sector,
la
and
intersectorialidad
unfortunately,
en torno al
intersectoriality
trabajo con los pueblos indígenas
regarding working with
ha sido
indigenous
buenos
peoples
resultados
has not provided good results in our country.
eh, pasaron muchos años de
Many
tratar
years
de ser
passed
parte de estos
since
procesos.
I started working
Hace
on
mucho
these
siempre que
processes,
estos trabajos se
and it was
desarrollan
always sought after for the
en
effort
cada
to be
territorio.
carried out at the level of each territory,
Las decisiones que se tomaron
where
fueron
decisions taken
decisiones locales participativas,
should be
donde lo
local and participatory
jerárquico
ones, and
fuera lo
hoping
menor
that
posible.
verticality to be reduced to
Y
the minimum
en términos
expression
de los
possible.
principales
And in terms
avances,
of the main
yo diría
advancements,
que uno
I
de
would
los
say
aspectos que
that
nos
one
reforzó
of the
enormemente
aspects that
en cuanto a los procesos que
reinforced
se están
us
desarrollando en
hugely
Chile
regarding the processes being
fue
developed in the
la
country
ratificación
was
del
the
1969 de la OIT,
ratification of
que
Agreement
se recién en el
169
año
of ILO,
2008
which was
que
recently brought
permitía
into Chile in
desarrollar
2008, which
un
without a
movimiento
doubt
mucho más importante
provoked
de
much
parte de
of
las
a more
personas
significant
en
movement from the
y
peoples
que
in their
saludamos
struggle for their rights. And
de
healthcare
reforzar que
was also a
efectivamente
part of
esa normativa
promoting for this norm
también
in the
se
country
vea
to
alcanzada en el
also go
169,
according to
así
Agreement
que eso
169
es esencial.
and all of its essential aspects.
Eh, de alguna manera lo dije ya, no existe
Somehow
una
I've
forma
already
de
said
avanzar.
that there's no one
Todos los
single way
procesos
for
han tenido
advancing, and
altibajos,
every process
las
has
formas
had
han ido adquiriendo
highs and lows, and the way that it has
comunitario
continued
en base a las
was through
organizaciones
community
y
effort
puesto
based on
que
organizations, and of course,
todos los médicos y agentes
including
de
all
salud de los pueblos ancestrales,
doctors and
tanto
health
del
agents from
norte
ancestral
como del centro y del sur de Chile,
populations from the north, center, and south
la
of the
base de este
country. An
trabajo se
important feature of
desarrolla
this
tanto a
work
nivel
is
urbano
that
como
it has happened at
rural.
the urban
Y que
sphere as well as in the
efectivamente
rural one,
a lo largo de los
and
años
where
eso
indeed throughout
ha
the
dado
years
un
there
cambio
has
importante
been a significant
en el uso
shift,
del lenguaje,
even
que
in
es un tema
language, which is
fundamental
a
en el respeto
fundamental
que deben de
issue
tener
regarding the
ciudadanos
respect there should
de
be.
nuestros pueblos.
And so we no longer talk about our
Que la
peoples,
mayoría el
as
día de
many
hoy
people call one,
el trabajo debe ser
regard
coordinado
one as today, but that the effort must
la,
be
la
done
articulación de
along
los
with the
sistemas de
peoples.
salud
And the articulation of
se
healthcare
ha hecho
systems
en múltiples
has had its
documentos
expression in
a lo
many
largo de estos
documents
años,
that were issued
que son
in those
todos
years,
parte
which
de
are all a
estudios
part
estudiados
of
internacionales
discussions,
y grandes
intercultural
reflexiones a lo largo del
discussion,
país,
and
con
large
participación
or great
también
reflections throughout
de
the
los
country with
profesionales de
participation
salud,
from the
de
healthcare
salud
staff,
como de los
from
pueblos
healthcare
indígenas
services, as well as the
para
indigenous
ir
peoples,
definiendo
as to
los
start
caminos para
defining
hacer posible
the
conseguir esto.
paths that were possible to build.
Muy importante, tiene que ver, y creo que este es un aprendizaje
There's much importance, and I believe this is an important lesson for the many of us who have been carrying out this effort, that it has been key promoting for the effort to be done mainly
en un ejercicio de
in exercising a type of work. In Chile, intercultural facilitators have played a major role, and
en muchos lugares
in many
han sido los
locations,
facilitadores
they
interculturales
are,
que hacen
or
esta
the
mediación
very
ayudan
intercultural facilitators
especialmente
serve as mediators among cultures,
especialmente
and they seek
a que
specially
se produzca un
to
acercamiento a los
produce an
ecosistemas
approach toward
de
systems,
los pueblos indígenas
healthcare systems from
de
indigenous
manera
peoples,
que
so that
las derivaciones que se hagan
the diversions that are made in
ojalá
general,
muchas
hopefully,
experiencias
many
beneficiosas
experiences
en los propios
seek
territorios donde están los agentes
for they to
y no
happen
al interior de los
in the territories where
establecimientos.
the agents are and not within establishments.
Con esto ya estoy terminando, me debe quedar muy poco tiempo.
Tranquila,
Now
Margarita,
I'm
todavía.
starting to wrap up. I have little time left.
Me he tratado de acelerar, pero
Take
igual
it easy. You
siento
still have
que
5 minutes.
voy rápido.
I started.
El avance
I tried
mayor
to
y
go
creo que
faster,
lo
but I still feel
he
it's not
tenido que
enough.
demostrar
Well, the greatest advancements
ha tenido que
regarding this
ver
effort in our
con
country
los
has
derechos y deberes.
uh,
En nuestro país la ley
been related to
20.584
legislation
que permitió
20,584, as it's known in our country, which allowed
el
to
derecho a
include in
personas
legislation the
pertenecientes
right
a los pueblos
to people
originarios
who belong
tener
to
una
native
atención de acuerdo a su
peoples
cultura.
to receive attention according to their own
Esta
culture.
ley a su vez
And this legislation in turn has
la obligatoriedad de tener un reglamento
a binding
que fue
character
producto de
of
una
providing
consulta
rules,
indígena,
which was a product of an
donde
indigenous
hace 3
consultation
años se dio un diálogo
when
entre el
for 3 years
Estado
there
y
was
los
a discussion between
pueblos,
government and these
logrando
peoples,
redactar un
achieving
documento
to
que
draft
fue
a document
negociado
which was negotiated deeply
en diálogo a lo largo de todo el
through
país,
discussion throughout the
que
country,
terminó finalmente
which
con
ended up
un
finally
enorme
having
trabajo hecho con
or
representantes
being a huge effort
indígenas
done
hasta
with
llegar
representatives of
al
indigenous
final.
peoples up until we got to the final
Este
version
documento
of the
de
document. And this
reglamento
document, these rules,
hasta el momento está
to this point,
con un
are
signo de pregunta porque
have a question
los
mark
cambios
beside
políticos que han
it because
ocurrido
due
en
to
mi país
political changes happening in our country,
no avanzó en todos los pasos
there
legales
was no
que
further
debían dar.
advancement regarding all of the legal
Todavía
steps
está
that needed to happen or to be taken, and so it is still
hecho
paused
por
or
los
halted.
diferentes pueblos
This
que
document was drafted, as I said before,
pertenece al
along with the
Estado,
indigenous peoples, and it
al Ministerio de Salud,
commits government and the Ministry of Health and Healthcare
a un
Services
cambio que
into a
busca
deep change which aims
principalmente
mainly
a
to
la valoración de todo lo que es el
the
saber ancestral
evaluation
y
of
la
ancestral
relación que se
knowledge
da
and the relationship that there
en
should
todo este
be
conocimiento, en lo que se
within
conoce como
establishments which are known
pertinencia cultural
as
en la atención de salud,
cultural
pero
pertinence in
también de
healthcare
relación
attention, but
con
also regarding the
los
relationship
sabios, con
with
las personas que
the
son
wise people,
las
those persons who are, those individuals who
profesionales
know
de los distintos sistemas
about the many different
ancestrales,
medical,
ya sean
ancestral
los
medical
machis, los
systems, be
guantuchefe,
them the Machis, the Wantuchefe, the Kojiri, the Yatiri,
las nuas en el caso
the
de
Nuas in the
los
case of
todo
Easter
esto
Islands. And all
ha
of
sido
this
un
has
trabajo
been
que
an
principalmente
effort which mainly
nos, nos ha permitido acercarnos
has allowed us to bring
a tener
changes
una visión
in achieving a
que
vision in
se
healthcare
acerque
based
a los
on
verdaderos derechos colectivos de los
the
pueblos
real
indígenas.
collective rights of indigenous
Eh,
peoples.
Voy a pasar muy
Going
rápido por esto
to
porque
go
ya lo señalé.
quickly through this as I already
Aquí
pointed it out,
el modelo
and the
lo pueden ver,
model,
está
you
en
can see it.
documentos que
It is on different documents that the
hemos
ministry
trabajado y en
has
muchos artículos que
worked
se han
on
escrito
and
sobre esto.
Many articles have been written regarding this in the sense of the changes that are being sought after, and this is also included in policy and norms documentation. And well, just to tell you that in a country view, there are still few health centers, establishments, and hospitals where all of this is implemented. But this is a process that has been sustained. And I would say that one of the main aspects that have allowed this effort is persistence and sustained work from Indigenous peoples on health, and where resources have also been a, a support which has allowed to move forward slowly, but that today includes a special or national program of Indigenous healthcare throughout the whole of the territory. There's still much to be done. There are huge challenges still to be overcome, and there are many people who have provided input to this process with deep commitment, and it has not been easy at all. Decisions often arrive late, but little by little, there has been progress, and we trust that with these political changes happening in Chile today, advancement can happen in a much more sustained manner in working with these peoples and in exercising their rights. I would like to wrap up with this because I believe I'm on time. It's a quote from Igor Stravinsky. Thank you, Margarita, for your presentation. Now, before presenting our following presenter, if you like, you can stop sharing your screen now. I would like to announce to those watching us right now that our colleague Ayrton Freynal, Indigenous leader from the Karanaki tribe, Brazil, will not be able to be with us today. So I will now give way to our next presenter. Margarita, you need to go to the upper part of your screen in order to stop sharing your screen.
Hasta la parte de arriba, creo, y ahí picas, te debe
Go up to
aparecer.
the top, and there you should have a stop sharing option. There we go.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Entonces,
Thank you.
vamos a darle,
So we will now,
vamos a presentar al doctor Luis Enrique
we're now going to present Dr. Luis Enrique Cachiguango,
Quichua de Otavalo,
Quichua from Otavalo,
medicina andina y profesor de
is a
lengua quichua
higher technologist of Andean medicine and professor of Quechua language in second-degree schools. He's a teacher of bilingual intercultural education, of ancestral wisdom, Andean medicine, and Andean history, of the Indigenous
Intercultural y la Universidad de
Merit
la Región
School of
Autónoma de
Indigenous
Guanacaste,
Knowledge and Wisdom,
es facilitador
and he also works in the Caribbean Coast Huracan organization. He's facilitator in interculturality, Andean reproduction, spirituality, and medical wisdom in the El Oro Health Provincial Directorate. He is author of many books and currently serves in interculturality issues in the Ministry of Culture, Ecuador. Please proceed, Dr. Luis. Good afternoon. I hope that you're able to hear me. Yes, sir. We're hearing you perfectly. This is Quechua, I believe. It is a pleasure for me to be addressing this audience and this screen in order to share some experiences on what has been done and achieved here in Ecuador regarding ancestral and traditional medicine. a very difficult matter to discuss several years ago. Now we are able to talk more openly, but still, it is not to everyone's liking as we might want it to be. But we're going to share the what little we were able to advance in Ecuador. Let me see if I can share my screen.
Ahí está ya,
Bien,
perfecto.
ya, muchas gracias. La medicina ancestral tradicional
Now, ancestral traditional medicine, Indian nationalities and peoples, they have always been a facet or an aspect of life which is very important. Perhaps this indigenous medicine, its practice, it goes along with practices and a proprietary lifestyle which exists in the midst of so much modernity and so much persecution, even still on part of the government, but it has persisted to today. And currently, thanks to the struggle from these nations and peoples, it has been achieved for Ecuador to be acknowledged as a multinational and intercultural country. So it is now prevalent that finally nationalities and peoples are visible not only as folkloric or folklore entities that are eating or dancing, but also as entities who are subject to rights. So this is very important that based on the Ecuadorian constitution, health care is now a guaranteed fact from government within which all public policies to be applied in the Ecuadorian territory must be framed within the summa causae or good living paradigm. But we must understand that summa causae is not only a translation, a superficial translation of good living. Summa causae necessarily relates to a good coexisting among human beings and a good coexisting of human beings with nature, as well as with weaknesses, as well as with ancestors. So it is a whole knowledge on living well among everything or with everything. In that sense, the Ministry of Public Health starts drafting this constitutional mandate, applying in Ecuador the holistic attention model from the national health system called MICE FCI, which has been perhaps one of the most important aspects starting in Ecuador, this process which articulates medicine which still exists in the country.
And and here's the difficulty. The application of the model has been rough due to the many difficulties found in our path. Maybe however, the most difficult one has been the resistance itself of the health staff into accepting the changes, not just in the material aspects and technical that this requires, but also the mindset change of this equal health towards a mentality of an intercultural type of health presence in all the services that the whole national system provides. Maybe this has been, and has not only been, but it still is one of the most hard aspects that we can mention for the application of the mice model FCI as we know it, and why this type of mindset change has been a problem, a really harsh problem, precisely because it has to do with getting off of that pedestal to ask for equal conditions, to say that nationalities and saying that indigenous population, they do have knowledge, they do have science, they do have the knowledge that could be considered also valid for the national health system. And this has been probably one of the problems that our society, our current society, has not been able to overcome. And that's why the educational systems are not yet contemplated within this context. We have a lot to walk, a lot of paths to go, a lot of mesh to measure so we can make this effective and so we can change this. But we've walked a nice path already, and that means that little by little, society is also realizing, noticing, and they're noticing about historic truths, and they are noticing things that have not been said so far. And the situation has helped us for not with the speed that we would like, but at least at a slow pace, we've been able to introduce somehow certain fundamental change aspects into the national structure of health. One of them is free position of intercultural inheritance. There's a regulation since 2008 that it's called the Guide of Adequate, Culturally Adequate Birth, and that at the same time was issued alongside another one of the practical technical guide in 2014. And with this, we have generated certain instruments called UTPRs that will be like the standards and indicators for the birth session with or taking into account interculturality and the technical specifications of intercultural UTPRs, equipment files, and the type of unit for equipment ABC. So the adequate birth has to do in the health establishment has to do with the food consumption and medicinal beverages according to the culture of each people, of each nationality. And we also care for the environment to enable the hormone secretion during birth, for example, oxytocin, endorphin, maybe mainly, providing lighting and immunity as well. Also, managing placenta and getting refreshments, using clothes according to customs, to habit in culture, to be accompanied by a delivery nurse before and during the delivery that can help us in this sense. Something is happening. I don't know if it's my computer or
Doctor, va en la diapositiva que inicia con se respeta su
you
derecho
are in the slide that says we respect your right to information. Yeah, the slide that you're introducing, presenting right now. Everything got erased from my.
ya.
Okay, I got it now. In my screen, there's something that I can't understand, but
Sí, ya
all of the picture was erased, but
¿Quiere vuelva, doctor, a compartir pantalla?
you can reshare your screen, doctor. I don't see anything. I can't see anything in my screen. Everything turned off.
Usted envió su presentación que de pronto la podamos presentar, Rocío.
Yo aquí no la
We're gonna
tengo
look for
todavía.
its presentation, see if we can find it.
Presentar, sí.
I don't have it right now, but we can
Entonces,
present it. But
nos está viendo
we
nosotros.
can see you. Can you see us?
Abajo usted va a ver
Down below, you'll see that you have
Zoom,
a Zoom icon, right? And somewhere in the
y ahí usted
computer
va
bar,
a vernos
you'll see that if you open it, you'll see us back again.
Sí.
Okay, there we go.
¿Encontró?
Can you find us?
Puede apretar escape.
You can probably press escape
Que está a la izquierda
at the
arriba,
corner,
salir del
in the upper corner, and you finish the presentation mode and you'll be able to see us.
No puedo ver nada, absolutamente
Can't
nada.
see anybody, I'm sorry.
Nosotros sí lo estamos viendo a usted, doctor.
We are looking, we can see you, doctor. Yeah, I'm trying to. One.
Bueno, les decía que
Well, I was telling you that in the culturally adopted birth, we respect the right to information. In the same way happens, and to give you a clear explanation in simple of what has happened after birth to the mother and to the family members on how on what happened and how the birth happened. We also respect the right to the affectionate link with your babies, right to breastfeed, a right to receive in the case that required, to receive placenta, and other many other aspects that patient needs and the family members that would need or that are at this point accompanying him. Please, next slide, please. Can't see much though.
sí está muy bien.
Okay, now we have it. The same way, this articulation of the national system of health with ancestry traditional medicine has been a really adequate strategy, I would say. And is even so this way that with this articulation between the national health system and ancestry birth, doctors have helped to value the medicine value of the traditional ancestry medicine in a way that during this time we've also manufactured a birth regulation which is basically focused in the ancestry practices, allowing a reduction of maternal death in establishments, in facilities. And that's why we have four processes that we can mention. For example, how do we legitimize midwives and acknowledgement of midwife, training of midwife, and articulation of midwives. Another thing that's important to mention is that the identification and legitimization, legalization corresponds to communities. And that's why communities are the only ones that can actually give us some type of lights about that this and so person practices this type of culture or practice or habit, and they can do it efficiently to respond to birth in indigenous communities. In that sense, what we have to see here is midwife training and recognition of training and of midwife, and that has to do with the Ministry of Health. Now, this means that training for midwives is not only a matter of training midwife in just the techniques of the hospital, but the hospital will learn some of the particularities of the practices of the midwives. In this sense, the training is actually a mutual training, a mutual learning. This is regarding the training itself, but training also
En que las parteras tienen que
with
identificar
the midwives to be able to identify, for example, the 10 alarm signs in births. And with this, midwives also will strengthen their knowledge. And even though that one of the things that we need to mention here is that this training is really limited. We need for this training and more than training, this dialogue needs to be spread out and have more frequency with nationalities and population. That's why the recognition has to do with the recognition of the ministry as an ancestry midwife that's articulated, and that this midwife could be able to enter the health establishment and that can actually join patients during birth and even have a midwife being able to respond to birth in one of these institutions or the facilities. And that's what the recognition establishes. However, in many occasions and in many establishments,
concretar
have
todavía.
able
Algunos
to
sí.
get into fruition or come into fruition. In some of them, yes, and some of them don't, because the health staff is not sensitized, it is not trained in all of its staff to be able to accept so easily this type of articulation. However, the different limitant for that is the constant rotation of a health staff. People that already have the sensitivity and this ability of interculturality in health, they need to be nominated for different types of fields of work in different places and receive different people that still don't have this sensibilization. In this sense, this is a work that is still being conducted, and we hope that at some point we can talk already about that we complying with this intercultural task in our own establishments of health. Next slide, please. Next one. Thank you.
La siguiente, por favor.
Next one. We are over with the next one. Next one, please. This one. There you go. Another aspect that we have inserted within the public policies. The previous one, please. Previous. There you go.
El registro de la variable de autoidentificación étnica.
Auto and ethnical identification. Next one, please.
Nosotros sabemos que no se visibiliza la...
We know that we are not visualizing the reality of health and the people and population because the statistics do not contemplate certain particularities, and that's why the application allows us to generate more specific actions, more efficient in the care for health of Ecuadorian people. Next one, please. In this sense, the self-ethnical identification will allow us to have trustworthy information, even though I cannot see rather well. Thank you. This trustworthy information, timely and pertinent to be able to put together public policies, plans, programs, and adequate to the reality of the population. The same way, it allows us to visualize the gaps of inequality in health and also allow us to get to know the health situation of the profiles or epidemiologic profiles of nationalities and people from Ecuador. As we can see, there's still a lot to say regarding this identification according to the ethnical of the people that we that are attended in these health organizations. Another aspect that we talk about is the 005/2001 agreement that has to do with alternative medicine. Next one, please. Next one. We know that alternative medicine is not so talked about in relation to our countries. One of them is that the medicine or ancestral medicine is also taking into account within alternative medicine. So, for example, alternative medicine or alternative recognized medicines in Ecuador, such as homeopathy, acupuncture, and oxybustin. This could change according to the research that are still ongoing. Next one, please. Next one. We can talk about the 0037 ministry agreement that has to do with alternative therapy and complementary therapy. Over half of those therapies with medicine, we have alternative therapies, which are complementary and that have also been recognized by the Ministry of Health. Next one, please.
Tenemos tres bloques
We have three blocks of integrated therapy or alternative complementary therapy. First off, it has to do with integrated full therapy that has the Andean medicine as a full type of medicine, natural therapy, and the Reiki therapy. Then naturopathy, human development, and creational processes that would also be included in this first group. In group two, we would have chiropractic, the depression, and osteopathy. Those would be in this group. Next slide, please. In our third group, we will have Reiki, yoga, biomagnetism, flower therapy, Qigong, reflexology, Tai Chi, and Shiatsu. Those will be under this group. Next slide, please. Let's talk a little bit about the Ministry Agreement 0082. Next one, please. This agreement 0082 is regulation for the application of the intercultural focus in the health establishments of the national health system, referring it or counter reference to users and patients that come from communities of harsh access that started in year 2017. Next one, please. This agreement has a main goal of establishing and regulating the intercultural focus to decrease the access barriers and to ensure the exercise of its right to wholesome health. And their scopes of application would be of mandatory compliance in all of the establishments of the national system of health. Next slide, please.
Aquí vamos a topar un aspecto también muy importante.
We'll talk about a really important aspect that has to do with the self-regulation process of ancestry, traditional medicine. We've seen how the government regulates and how the government takes into account also ancestry, traditional medicine, and alternative medicine. But now we have to see and understand that there is an established right in the Ecuadorian constitution that has to do with the process of self-regulation of ancestry traditional medicine. An important factor of this process is called the ethics code of ancestry medicine and traditional medicine. Please, next slide.
Hay un trabajo importante que se ha realizado.
There's an important piece of work that was developed in the last few years that's called our way of thinking, knowing, and making medicine. And we can interpret this as the ethics code of men and women of wisdom of the nationalities and peoples from Ecuador. Next slide, please.
Este código de ética
This ethics code
para ser
had several reasons to be manufactured, and within them we can vindicate the roles and the importance of the wisdom of women and men in our families, communities, national societies, to the same way to provide the self-regulation of the practice of traditional ancestry medicine, nationalities and people with their own nationalities, possibilities, and strengths. Another sense would be to reconceptualize, redefine, and self-state of and to denominate in consensus with the people and nationalities. Under that same line, which can be also We can also denounce the proliferation of this false information that can block us from real traditional medicine knowledge, distorting its spirit of society. In regards of the alternative medicine and complementary medication and types of treatment, we have to articulate with dignity traditional medicine with different systems of medicine to provide to self-vindication and self-recovery and self-strengthening of traditional medicine in each and one of the nationality and population where we practice this medicine. So in that context, first off, we would like to, or we notice that it's not as easy to just talk about an articulation between medicines in the Ministry of Health due to many different cultural reasons and historical reasons that still persist in our government. In Ecuador, we've been able to solve quite a lot, but we also need to say that there's a lot to keep on going to move forward. We need to keep on insisting in many of the cases, even need to be fighting to get into crystallize those rights for nationalities and populations to have conquered through their permanent struggles and fighting wars. In Ecuador, we're in our path, and that's why our motto is to we work for the construction of a plurinational government generating an intercultural society. And in that context, we are still in our path. And in this path, we are sure that at some point we'll be able to make it clear. And just I would like to ask you for apologies for my technical problems. It seems like this is my computer's problem, but I was in a blackout, looks like, but thanks to the support of the organizers and coordinators, I was able to finish my session. Thank you very much, everyone, and I'm sorry about these interruptions again. Uh, Thank you very much, and have a good
Muchas
afternoon.
gracias a usted, doctor Luis.
No, thank you, Dr. Lewis.
Esperamos que nos siga
We
acompañando
hope
porque
that you are
tenemos varias
still with us
preguntas que
because
hacerle
we
a
still
nuestra
have several questions
presentación.
to
Y
for the
agradecemos
end of the
a todos los
presentations, and then we can
que
thank
están
the comprehension
conectados, como todos
of the
tenemos
people
algunas
connected. As we all know, in this type of
presentar
events,
dificultades
we
técnicas,
can have some
pero
technical
como acaba de
issues,
decir,
but as you
tenemos un
said,
gran equipo
we have a
que
wonderful
nos ayuda a
team
resolver
that
estas
will help us
problemáticas
to solve this type of
en breve.
problems in a
Vamos
short
a
amount of
continuar
time.
con
Now
la
we'll continue with
presentación del doctor
Dr.
Marco
Marco
Bartolo.
Bartolo Marchena's
Él
presentation.
es médico cirujano con formación y experiencia en gestión pública e investigación en salud pública. Estudió 2 másteres en política pública y en fisiología en la Universidad Nacional Mayor de San Marcos. Cuenta con diplomados en estadística aplicada, organización de servicios y
So
calidad,
diploma in applied statistics, organization of quality services,
diplomado en políticas públicas,
in public investment and public management, many courses as well in epidemiology, nutrition, food hygiene, specialization in right to prior consultation, diploma in training the trainers by the Cayetano Heredia Peruvian University, and he's director of traditional medicine in Sensi, Peru. Welcome, Dr. Marco Bartolo. You may open your mic and start your presentation. Thank you so much. Gina, I turned in my presentation so that it can be played for me. Do we have the presentation with us? Yes, we are currently sharing. Thank you so much. There it goes. We're going to be respectful of time, just like those who came before me. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm very thankful for the invitation and participating in this important event. We are going to get to know convergence experiences and divergences as well in articulation of traditional ancestral medicine within health system, as well as proposing challenges and perspectives from each country. Next, please. So I'm going to split my presentation into two parts next. As you can see, there we have the TUMI, our own TUMI. You skipped forward a couple slides. Apologies. Very good. So on one hand, we see the TUMI, an expression of pre-colonial medicine. And on the other hand, just symbolically, I've set here the symbol, the logo of the Peruvian Medical College that within its logo, you can also see there's the TUMI featured. So the idea is how from the symbolic point of view, how there's articulation between both systems. Next. Definitely, it is not surprising to anyone that there's inequality in both systems. However, the question, the purpose question is that this traditional medicine, also known as folkloric medicine, popular medicine, or empirical knowledge or empirical nature or magical religious dimension, how would it articulate with a scientific, allopathic, Western, conventional, official, rational medicine? However, we consider that yes, because they share the same nature, in spite of them being different biologies, you must learn to coexist and overcome this apparent dichotomy. It is important to have mutual respect, to have intercultural exchange and to encounter and to find points of encounter or articulation. So how are we processing articulation? Next. It's a dream that at some point this central image to be really the articulation that we all dream of, those of us involved for some years now, and others who have preceded me for decades. Next. Bit of history. Go ahead, next. To consider that in Peru, there is a significant number of original populations, Amazon peoples, Andean peoples. There's Afro-Peruvian population and other populations such as Asian descendants. And so we can say that Peru has always been an important center or hub of exchange and migration. The original encounter between indigenous American populations and European conquistadors and how this has set, moving forward, their access to healthcare. In the case of the Spanish American Empire was not only a first experience on cultural diversity and the complex relationships among cultures, but also a first intercultural relation, which set in practice two social systems which coexisted in the foreign territories, which they called a republic of Spaniards and a republic of natives, each of them subject to their own demands and regulations within the framework of obedience to the metropolitan sovereign. By inspiration of religious orders in the 16th century, the so-called extirpation of idolatries, which was driven by priests who did not know how to distinguish in native healers the curative component of their practices and magical aspects that these had within. This led to the destruction of the Andean sanitation system or health system, hindering their exercise and chastising those who taught them. A system of popular or folklore medicine. Even so, given the limitations of Western medicine, this popular medicine is the precedent and the base of different traditional medicines developed in the Andean and Mesoamerican worlds in parallel to to the dominance of Western medicine with its limitations and advancements. The base in order to implement healthcare systems that is differentiated by castes, which led to marginalization of the indigenous population. The progressive devaluation and stigmatization of Indians also reached medicine. The initial admiration of conquistadors for the therapeutic and surgical skills of natives. This was followed by a progressive um, disdain, official disdain to their practices, not only for religious reason, which related it to demoniacal acts, but that in parallel destruction of indigenous knowledge started to build an image of the Indian as a being not only infantile as its first interpretation, but as a degenerate being in the physical, the moral, and the intellectual. I'm sorry, there is some interference in the audio.
A comienzo del siglo XIX, se forma
By the
la
beginning of the 19th century, the American republics are formed. An urban revolution under the influence of the French Revolution and North American Revolution. Its emphasis in political and citizen rights did not provide anything to the great farming masses or communities who participated in the process. Interculturality presupposes interaction among different cultures, but also for these cultures to be identified beforehand as a necessary condition for there to be acknowledgement. There stems the importance of determination of indigenous peoples, which in turn implies acknowledging a human group differentiated from others and later accessing their identity. Human rights are born in the 18th century after the French Revolution and American Revolutions. It is based on the conviction that every human being shares an inherent dignity.
La Declaración Universal de los Derechos Humanos
Universal Declaration of Human Rights from 1948 is proposed from a perspective as a recommendation. Binding norms happen via two pacts, the International Civil and Political Rights Pact and the International Pact for Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, both in December of 1966.
desarrollan convenciones regionales.
Based on that, regional conventions of human rights are developed initially in Europe, followed by the American Convention of Human Rights in 1990 and others.
Tercera generación, 1970, entre
The
ellos
so-called third generation, 1970, among them we must highlight Agreement 169 from ILO, International Labor Organization, and we all know what was its origin, its backing, and definitely by the subhuman conditions and genocide of Amazonic individuals by overexploitation of rubber. The most recent declaration on this issue is the UN Declaration on Indigenous Peoples' Rights from September 13 of 2007, which ended a process of more than 20 years of discussions, initially in the Human Rights Commission and later in the General Assembly. Next.
la existencia de los derechos indígenas
The existence of indigenous rights among the set of human rights has given way to an intense debate of ethical implications and philosophical implications regarding their scope. From there, interculturality in healthcare is a concept being construed which brings confusion in healthcare professionals by the limitations in basic training in anthropology or interculturality in schools of medicine. Especially, let's remember that for more than 20 years now, there was a start of reducing curricula under this kind of studies. Interculturality in healthcare implies changing a paradigm shift of medical practice, which is possible to insert in the recovery of classical tradition of medicine, which was left behind by the exclusively biomedical perspective in the 19th century. Next.
Hasta aquí, de alguna manera, es la
This
historia
point somehow is the known history, which somehow was essential to describe into detail because it was somehow the support, the backing, which has allowed several years ago an effort was started in Peru via prior consultation, a prior consultation which produced the sectorial intercultural healthcare policy, which is the only policy in the healthcare sector in Peru, which was built with representatives of organizations of original peoples or Afro-Peruvian regions. Peru advancements in the development. In this context, the Ministry of Health, via many dependencies, nationwide and regional governments, among their duties, they develop action oriented to improving the health of original peoples, native peoples, Andean peoples, Amazonic peoples, and Afro-American, Afro-Peruvian. However, by not having a policy for the whole of the sector, there is a risk of them not being fulfilled. In that sense, um, this promoted intercultural policy, which does not have a ministerial ranking, but a higher one, the presidential one, which achieves jointly for the whole of the healthcare system at all levels, including promotional activities and provision. The policy has a clear instrument which defines and expresses the government's obligations based on the rights of citizens who are culturally diverse. Next.
tiene 4 ejes.
It has 4 pillars. One more. Next. The policy pillar, which is guaranteeing the right to health from the intercultural and rights perspective. The second policy, which is to foster traditional and ancestral medicine and its articulation to conventional medicine. Policy 3, which is strengthening capacities and skills and human resources in healthcare. And policy 4, which is strengthening cultural identity and participation of indigenous peoples, Andean Amazonic original peoples, and Afro-Peruvian populations in healthcare services. Next.
Luego, también se empezó a trabajar
Later, there was also an effort on intercultural exchange on healthcare with the end of contributing to improving people's health and Peruvian families with a priority on indigenous and Afro-Peruvian ones under the framework of holistic healthcare attention. Technical orientations are set for the use of methodology of intercultural exchange in healthcare in order to articulate action with indigenous peoples and Afro-Peruvian populations. Medicine agents of traditional and local authorities in order to improve access and quality and attention in healthcare services. And in that sense, working on developing skills for the use of dialogue, promoting social participation, the key stakeholders, diverse ones, and all in general, and facilitating articulation processes. through this space, this norm. It has turned into a powerful instrument because with the pandemic, we have been able to have meetings which have achieved events where there was work at the local level.
Perdón, doctor Bartolo, lo interrumpo. Le
Excuse me,
quedan
Dr.
5
Bartolo,
minutos.
allow me to interrupt. You have my 5 minutes remaining. Yes, thank you so much, Gina.
Así también podríamos mencionar, ¿no?
We can also mention instruments which are allowing, such as the manual of recording and code of activities in alternative and complementary medicine attention. This has allowed to catalog health services. Next.
Luego, la directiva administrativa para el
Then, the administrative directive to recording of ethnic pertinence in healthcare information systems with the support of other institutions and supranational bodies such as the Pan American Health Organization in coordination with the many government bodies regionally and locally. We are achieving also incidents for the incorporation of the ethnical variable in all health records, which is not an easy task. Apparently, we think that setting a norm with a ministerial rank was sufficient, but we have come into a surprise that we also need to affect even within our own sector. Next. Next. So, in this manner as well, and this is an example, the previous was an example on how there was work at that macro regional level, and definitely the OPS, UNFA, UNICEF, or the PAHO and UNICEF have allowed or are allowing really to contribute with counseling and resources in order to direct our attention, in order to direct and to sustain actions that we are proposing. This just briefly, we have gardens. We are promoting botanic gardens. This is a way that we're performing health assessments. And then we have Rikuchi Yakta, where we are processing information, updating and processing information from sectorial records. Next. The floral catalog. And then we have external or foreign cooperation. And as we have projects which we hope to become a model for the following years to come. And lastly, to wrap up, next, there's also an agreement with the San Marcos University, and there are norms that, due to time constraints, I will not describe from the Ministry of Health. Next. Next, please. A norm that will be easy to work with. And definitely, there are a series of challenges, but we must consider some intersectorial perspectives, intersectoriality, exclusion, intergovernmental perspective, gender perspective, results perspective, human rights perspective, and next. And next. And next. Thank you so much for everything.
A usted, doctor Bartolo, muchísimas gracias.
And to you, Dr. Bartolo, thank you so much for your presentation. At this time, we have one last presentation for this panel, which was submitted by Dr. Luz Maria Salazar, psychologist and master's in family therapy and intervention in human systems, and who is a consultant in mental health for PAHO in Colombia. So we are now going to show presentation from Dr. Luz Maria Salazar. Thank you.
Bueno, un cordial saludo para todos los
Well, a
asistentes.
warm welcome to all attendees to our second summit of TCIM, toward an Integrative Medicine. My name is Luz Maria Salazar. I'm a national consultant for the Pan American Health Organization for topics regarding mental health issues, psychosocial support, and at this time I'm also leading the systems and health services area here in the Colombian representation. Thank you so much for the invitation, and a very special hello to, or on behalf of the Colombian representative, Dr. Gina Tambini, and for today's session, for this summit, I will be presenting an enterprise carried out regarding the Guide of Intercultural Use, which is called MHGAP, and I'll tell you what it is. In relation to the adaptation of this guide, which seeks basically for Western medicine to have tools in order to perform diagnostics and treatment of problems and mental health disorders, which has been widely used by Western medicine. And what we are doing really is making an adaptation of the MHGAP guide for Indigenous peoples. So this is the project that I will be telling you about or presenting. So in terms of history and context, it is very important to inform you that regarding indigenous mental health, the rates of suicide are significantly greater in indigenous communities comparing to the general population, and suicide is the second main cause of death in indigenous youth. In general terms, in Colombia, Decree 1963 from 2014 stipulates the creation, and you know this, of the Indigenous Intercultural Health System, the CISP, which is made up by a set of norms, principles, resources, and institutions and procedures, which are backed based on a conception of collective life, the conception that indigenous persons have regarding healthcare and their cosmovision, their worldview, where ancestral wisdom is fundamental as to direct the healthcare system in harmony with Mother Earth and according to the worldview of each of the indigenous peoples. Dr. Luz Maria, we are not seeing your slides move. No, we are still setting context. All right, thank you. In response to this demand, since 2014, the Commission of Mental Health was formed, led by representatives of 102 indigenous peoples in Colombia and the Ministry of Health and Social Protection. The Pan American Health Organization, ourselves, we technically escorted the process by invitation of this subcommission. Continuing with the history, between the years 2015 and 2020, intercultural exchanges were performed in order to assess. Sorry, the audio cut out. Audio is breaking up. The circumstances in general terms of the phenomenon of suicidal behavior and the harmful use of alcohol and other substances, issues relating to violence, depression, and other mental health disorders, with different representatives of indigenous peoples in Colombia, with a very significant number of representatives. In this sense, and throughout the years, many different tools, methodology tools were built in order to construct and jointly validate an important package of tools and methodologies in order to tend to mental health with indigenous peoples. As an important landmark, in 2019, the guideline for caring to spiritual harmonies and thoughts and indigenous peoples and communities was built in the framework of CISP, which is harmonized to the National Policy of Mental Health and to the holistic policy of prevention and attention to the use of psychoactive substances. In this framework of work, which is very important, the Subcommission of Mental Health with Indigenous Peoples has taken a great importance, and to us, everything relating to mental health in indigenous populations is consulted, approved, and backed in the framework of this subcommission. So, in this framework of ongoing effort and exchange of knowledge between Western healthcare and traditional healthcare, we proposed then, with along with leaders and subcommissionates then or subdelegates, to move forward in the design of a guide that would allow to perform diagnoses regarding worldview and cosmogony of indigenous peoples in order to perform diagnostics and interventions in mental health. For this purpose, then, we are taking as a baseline what is now for us. I'm going to present to you. Many of you might know it or should know it. The MHGAP guide for mental health disorders, neurological ones, and for substance abuse, which is a very important guide for the World Health Organization, which has been designed and implemented for more than 12 years now around the world, so that non-specialized professionals in mental health may, from primary health care, to perform diagnostics which is pertinent and to intervene as to diminish gaps in mental health attention in general terms around the world. So what we're doing in this negotiation, the framework of the subcommission with the indigenous peoples, is that we are going to draft then a guide of intervention for indigenous peoples, taking as a baseline the MHGAP guide. Dr. Luz Maria, unfortunately, we are looking at the PowerPoint, but not the presentation itself. We have a message stating resume presentation, I believe.
Perfecto, ahora sí estamos viendo la presentación completa. Muchas gracias.
Great, now we're looking at the full presentation. Thank you. Great, so in that sense, we decided to run a pilot, basically, in building the guide of the use of NHCAP Western, the one that we use ourselves in our daily work,
Que diseñáramos los médicos occidentales, los equipos
so
de
that
salud.
Western doctors with the guide that we design and health professionals may have this guide for intercultural use, so that when they have patients coming from indigenous peoples, they can really, from the principles of the communities, to perform then diagnostics and interventions which are pertinent in mental health. In this sense, then, this project started with the Aguar peoples. Why the Aguar people? Because the Aguar people has communities in the departments of Nariño, in the Cauca Valley and Putumayo Valley, and it is an ethnicity characterized by dispersed settlements which follow the river currents, and their language is very important for you to know this, is called the Awapit, and they have IPSs, which are the ONIPA, which provide services very organized manner. The Awa population is of approximately 25,000 people. They are distributed in the Valley of Cauca, Nariño departments, and Putumayo.
Del pueblo Agua en el proyecto ha sido muy importante. Ellos han liderado todo el
The
proceso.
participation of the Aqua project in the project has been of a leadership, and they have a huge capacity of management and a huge capacity of responsiveness for the illnesses in terms of health, but also they worried a lot about caring for the well-being, promotion, prevention of risks in matters of mental health. It's a population that's concerned a lot about the care of mental health of their communities. That's why this pilot, we executed it with the Agua people. So how has this process been? This is the cover for the Intercultural Guide of Use of MHA for the Indigenous Community, Agua and Nariño. We've worked so far with the modules of introduction of the guides that have to do with the key principles of attention, the modules of the appreciation with consumption of psychoactive substances and suicide, because these are the three transtorns or the three disorders with higher prevalency in our population and generally in indigenous populations. It's important to take into account that initially, of course, the concept of mental health, it's a concept that changes according to the context, understanding that the criteria of health and the illnesses and normality are really established in each social group that variate and can be so extensive even as a nation or even as reduced as per to a family, with which would influence directly in the way that people feel sick or healthy, how this establishes and determines the need or not for people to also request or not for help in a specific moment. So, in general terms, what the intercultural use guide for the Awa community is looking for is to offer a guide or an instructor for non-specialized professionals in mental health have knowledge and the skills to respond with quality and pertinence to patients, indigenous patients, for that I get to this appointment. And when we talk about appointment, we're not talking a specific, or we're not talking about specifically a specific space. It can be in a maloca, in a house, or it could be in a common place, in a community, and for when somebody that comes from a indigenous population gets to this consultation with a spiritual or psychological discomfort, whoever is responding, and that can be an occidental doctor, a psychologist, social worker, a leader of the community, they can have enough elements and resources that use in the MHA gap tool and guide can fit, and his posture and attitude can actually respond to the principles and the cosmovision that this family or person, individual has in the framework of where they live, where you can allow them a comprehensive dialogue to try and understand what's going on, what is this psychological uh, discomfort that he's asking for aid. So that's why this guide of intercultural use is looking to basically generate a group of tools for traditional doctors, community leaders, first off to strengthen their competences in their attention to the community and also to improve the communication with the Occidental team, with the indigenous communities surrounding, in this case, the Awa people. Traditional medicine and allopathic medicine has matchable practice and compatible that would try to reduce the discomfort of people and the illnesses themselves of nature. And the spiritual ones are illnesses or uh, sicknesses that need to be treated alongside traditional medicine and allopathic medicine in a way that what we're really looking for with this guide of the MHA gap use is to make it an encounter of both medicines, of both knowledge, to provide true attention first from a timely diagnose on what the discomfort is, what is the ache, and what is what that we can identify the emotional discomfort, or what is bothering them, and this is acheness of spirit that they go through, and for that to be comprehended and to be received, and for that to allow, and within that dialogue with the doctor is the middleman, because he would join the whole process of consultation, and he can allow to make a diagnosis, and then knowing what are the next steps in terms of what are the actions to take. And in general terms, and for the Agua people, the risk factors that are around and that make it or that make these problems or psychological problems or emotional problems appear, like the abuse of psychoactive substances, and they have to do with a lot of problems in the livelihood with the partner or with children. It has to do with problems related to sexual violence and school dropouts. So that's something that we understand and we picked up in our work with communities to start and to have an understanding on how is it that they really understand where this ache, psychological discomfort comes from. It has to do with the armed conflict, of course. They live in three really affected departments by violence and internal conflict that has its important effects in the depletion, confinement, and of course, threats and murders of their leaders, persecution, the presence of illicit crops, the forced recruitment of young people, then the diseases themselves or spirituality that I've mentioned by themselves as this harmonization of the spirit, of the body, of the feelings, illnesses associated to their own principles and values, cultural, that make it in that clash with the values that come from abroad of the Occidental world, the unbalance between territory and extractive practices that harms quite a lot. And they also mentioned that as the lack of traditional doctors in all of the communities. And of course, the disrespectful to life beings of the Agua jungle. And in relation to risk factors that carry and have made this high percentage of uh, suicide attempts and even achieve suicide or successful suicide, we might say, has to do with is with relation with the spirit of death, with the limitation in the Agua jungle that have to do with confinement due to the armed conflict because of non-productive land that have generated hunger, malnutrition, illnesses, and different matters related to, and a lot of emphasis due to the armed conflict matter in the country. So this is something that we picked up from the first stage of our project where we wanted to have a broader comprehension with themselves about what's causing so much or the increase in the suicidal index, but also the substance abuse and different problems that it's mentioned in our presentation. So just to carry on in this context, it's also important to mention that the Agua people have a classification of their own indigenous doctors per specialties, meaning it's really important also to get to know from Occidental medicine when we do this type of work of dialogue, intercultural dialogue, to get to know that they have indigenous doctors specialized in different matters. They have specialists and healers for snake bite, they have midwives, they have bone cure healers, they have chutoneros, we have herbals, and the puritu takers, and which one of them, according to the ache or the spirit ache or discomfort, make and establish their own traditional medicine in the area according to the specialty of each and one of them. And coming into how do we move forward in the making of our guide of intercultural use of the MHA for the Agua people, the fundamental elements that they are taking into account and everything is taken from the intercultural dialogue and work with them, of a really important work with over 30 doctors and traditional healers in communication with the Occidental medical teams in the guide. We have stated that in the step-by-step process, we need this to have it to take into account the cosmovision. We need to take into account culture and what our big language transmits. We need to take into account the geography of the territory that depends on the context and on the land when it's found along or across the three departments. We need to take into account the housing, the social organization within family and community. Of course, taking into account to come into any community is the authorization of the leaders and the indigenous authorities to take into account institutionality or interculturality. Of course, to get to know and to have a permanent dialogue about their custom variation and in regards of the ancestry knowledge. The interculturality that is fundamental and interculturality to be a two-way type of a deal with us, for them, and for them with us. That's what we want to build this dialogue to get to know how to properly respond and pertinently in relation to mental health and well-being, to get to know extensively what are the own methods and way of attention to be taking into account, into include them in the step-by-step process on how to build this plan of attention to a problem of mental health, and of course to develop great abilities and strategies for the communication and the dialogue of knowledge.
Formar
And just to make and to basically train ourselves in the general terms for the use in the MHA gap guide. Alongside them, we defined that it was necessary to have and to take into account the following elements of primary intervention in communities to be able to make use of this guide. First, to be a leader with a will to supporting our community, to have to be assertive in communication, to get to know the intercultural guide and MH gap, of course, as a tool or a necessary tool to be able to conduct diagnose and intervention, to manage our own terminology of our community, to have always an interpreter of our being. It's not possible to get to a community or to reach a family and to be able to make an assessment or a diagnose if we don't have an interpreter. And the most ideal thing would be for this interpreter, as possible, a traditional doctor that beyond speaking our P also speaks Spanish and can serve as that bridge for coming into the community and at the same time to families and people that are looking guidance and attention in mental health. We need to ask with the phrases that will guide towards a diagnosis and provide the personal follow-up, community follow-up, meaning not just raising and making a diagnosis, but really moving forward towards intervention, intercultural view that will mix traditional medicine with Occidental medicine and always living a plan of work and joining people, family, and their own community. Let's be reminded that the indigenous communities and overall the Agua people is people that revolve around community, and anybody that asks for help, women, child, they're always joined by the members of their family. So the intervention is an intervention of community base, knowing that we have care at home and references are important and in the means of possible, then moving forward towards a telecom that would allow us to do follow-up, and once we are out of the community, we would allow us to have these people to go to the MIPA, which is the health center, to leave a multidisciplinary type of work. And when we talk about multidisciplinary, we are talking about a traditional doctor occupying an important piece of the work in the intervention team. In general terms, this guide that we manufacture, it's a guide that first off, we had a lot of work, our base worked where we work with many different communities and through a semi-structured interview that would allow us to understand and comprehend what was the meaning that it has for the different groups, the sadness that it represents, depression, everything related to suicide attempts, violence, and we were able to almost raise a whole dictionary and a whole understanding on their own understanding and how they in our people they describe each and one of these psychological aching to be able to take it to each and one of the modules of the MHA accidental gap guide. And it's fundamental to have the informed consent. It's impossible to get to a land, to a community, not even a specific type of or a specific person without consent, without knowledge, and with everything and all the backup and permit that we need to enter a community to be able to have a really uh, agreed upon type of work. Unfortunately, we are short with timing, and I see people that are coming in to our next panel and we have them connected. So I'm going to have to take care of timing and respecting, of course, the presence of the rest of the people to ask a final question, and just one question to our panelists, and just picking up a little bit of some of the questions that we have been asked through our chat, and that's if each and one of you, and really short, could let us know what do you think about it, what we require. It's to make an articulation, let's say, between the medical systems of national health and the medical traditional systems, Aboriginal ones, and if it's some sort of complementary, or if it's a complement or an integration of the systems. So how is your view? So I'm gonna give the mic and the opportunity in the same order of your presentation. Then we have Dr. Vivian, then we have Margarita, then Luis, and finally Marco. Dr. Vivian, are you here? If she's not here, I will open the mic for Margarita. Margarita, can you please open your mic? Thank you.
¿Estamos?
Okay, we ready? Yes, ma'am.
Bueno, traté de responder
I tried to answer to the huge differences that we might have regarding on how do we understand all of these concepts, right? But in Chile, clearly we have never talked about integration. And what we've looked for is mainly, and it has to do with being a complementary part of medical systems, especially thinking that people are those that have an option now that illnesses can be of some sort, and then we have indigenous illnesses that, of course, the official health system is never going to be able to treat ever, and that's why people decide where to go. There's no codes to understand this type of intervention. So in regards of the articulation, and I've seen a couple of questions that they were asking me, but it's necessary to distinguish that through the different agreements that we can take little by little in the land or in the territory regarding how are we producing this approach of medical systems. It's possible to ensure the systems, and when we can produce some sort of complementarity, we're more than welcome. But of course, within these dialogues of experiences and knowledge of medical systems, we produce new knowledge, and that is also a really favorable element for the development of intercultural health. I just wanted to say that the preeminence of the official health system in countries and the still verticality and colonialism with which many times we're submerged into makes it really hard for us to not produce or have assimilation processes even when we might have a lot of documents that make some concept clearing up, but sometimes the reality says a different thing. The option, obviously, is to look for this complementarity based on the principles that we've established of collective right, and the articulation is a no point integration in any given case. Thank you.
Gracias, Margarita. Doctor Luis.
Thank you, Margarita. Dr. Luis?
Doctor Luis se encuentra presente.
Dr. Luis, are you here?
Si no se encuentra presente, el doctor
If he's not here, maybe Dr. Margot,
respuesta.
your answer. Thank you very much. Definitely, there's a lot of path to discover, and this path that we have to undertake is being built step by step, day by day. Many times things stop due to political matters, sometimes due to financial things or matters or reasons, but sometimes we have important lights on matters. We have the possibility of having resources, small or mid-sized, but it looks like this goes to the fact that having people more involved or to have more involvement from a leader. So that's why we believe it's important to have integration, articulation of these sort of events, for example, which open space, and it's an important step because it makes us known. Because why to double efforts when we already have somebody that's doing this? And what we've done could serve different people. Definitely, the gaps in the health situation of originary Afro-Peruvian people are critical. If there's something that we provided, it might be or has not been enough. But I think that it's necessary that we establish certain aspects that we've presented today. For example, that we need to take into account and have clear where are we going, and that definitely there's a social difference, and it's necessary to comply with the regulatory framework. And it's also important to acknowledge every citizen as equals, but also involving all of the intelligences, all of this knowledge, and all of the heritage of our people with the only purpose of social justice and of peace.
Muchas gracias a usted, doctor. Y muchísimas gracias a nuestros panelistas.
Thank you very much, Doctor, and thank you very much to our panelists for excellent presentations. I think that we'll be having a lot of things to think about and many questions probably in our head, in our chat.
Para que nos las respondan y después se le enviarán a las personas que han asistido a este evento.
So thank you very much to everyone that attended to this event, and I would like to
Un agradecimiento especial. Yo estuve
thank especially
tiempo trabajando
to everyone that's been working in the systems, and that really I think that we are achieving something important and critical in these processes in each and one of these countries, and we need to make sure that we are moving forward. There's some steps that makes us go backward, but it's just to probably gain more strength. So we need to keep moving forward. Thank you very much to everyone that's present here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Gina, and thank you very much to all the panelists. It's been a real excellent presentation from everyone, and we are now focused on what's our reality in our originary populations in our Afro-Peruvian community or Afro-American community. We also have different aspects that talk about our medicine or traditional ancestry medicine that I believe it's important to have meetings such as this because it allows us to articulate and how can we work as a whole jointly as countries, as America, as Abdayala that Bibi mentioned, and to be able to be a whole region and to develop our traditional medicine. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, everyone. We'll carry on with this development.
Le vamos a pedir o vamos a presentar unos videos.
We'll introduce more videos that are really interesting and that talk to us a little bit about our Indian cosmovision. This view makes us understand and see our own traditional medicine and understand it even better. Thank you very much, and please go ahead. Societies of the ancient Peru were agricultural societies registering cycles of nature. They've observed a world from above, exterior and almost sky-like, empowered and dominated by forces such as the sun, wind, storms, and these are forces, were forces that establish life and that have their own order and above which human beings have no control. It's always been important for agricultural societies to be in contact with the world above because that's where it's written this information and it's used to organize the time of work and community life. Reading the sky, they knew when rain season was going to start, if they were going to be abundant or scarce, if rivers were going to bring the necessary water to irrigate fields. Registering the cycles of the stars, they knew when was the time to make these ceremonies on their behalf, and this way to encourage nature balance. In the Quechua language, the world above is the Hanampacha, and that's symbolized by the beings that have the ability to fly towards it from Earth, birds. For societies of ancient Peru, the world above exists in relation to a world above, or a world beyond, or an underground world that they call Ukupacha. This is the underworld where the seeds grow and they extend to plant roots. This is an interior world, a dark and a wet world, just like the mother's womb, where we conceive new life. Its physical manifestation is Pachamama or Mother Earth that's fertilized and is productive. In the Ukupacha, we have dead inhabitants that by being buried go back to their place of origin where life regenerates. The underworld is linked to water that allows life, and that from inside earth it manifests itself through rivers, through lagoons, and the underworld or the Ukupacha is symbolized in the Andes by the beings that can come into it, such as serpents.
Societies of ancient Peru considered that there are two worlds, the upper world or Hananpacha and the lower world or Ukupacha. Human beings live on the surface of contact between those two worlds, the Kaipacha. Kaipacha is a space of connection, or tingui, where forces interact which are opposing but which complement each other in turn. Within it, Kaipacha, relationships are set which generate life, such as the union of sunlight with water and earth, which allows plants to flourish, farming work, which helps the earth's productivity, and sexual unions, which make human life to continue. Living on this earth demands effort and constant delivery or sacrifice. Therefore, the necessary power to live in Kaipacha was symbolized by the great felines such as the jaguar and the puma, which are the greatest hunters in our territory and who take life of others in order to continue living. This way, felines represent the Kaipacha, birds the Hananpacha, and serpents or snakes the Ukupacha. These three are the sacred animals of ancient Peru.
Muy bien. Creo que ha sido muy interesante escuchar esta
Well, I think it's been very interesting listening to this presentation on a cosmovision, an Andean one, which is very much linked to life and to the earth. Now, we would like to present within our space of movement and relaxation something also very ancestral, which relates to sound and which has a special name within the Hindu community, which are mantras. These are sounds which produce frequencies which aid our mind to enter a peace state and of inner tranquility. We also have this within our cultures. For instance, we have these cicaros and the Andean sounds. I am now going to present Ramachandra, who are a very interesting group who practice precisely the mantras. Please go ahead. You must open your mic, please. Thank you. Can you hear me now? Yes, we are listening. Namaste. Thank you so much. My name is Ramachandra Raghunanda Das, and here my colleague Jagannath Das, who plays the Briyanga. Today we're going to share with you the mantras. We have selected two powerful ones. One of them is for the Ganesh demigod, who removes obstacles. So we are going to start with this mantra.
Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Gam Ganapataje Namaha. Om 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 Gam Ganapataje Namaha. Bolo bolo. Om Gam Ganapataje Namaha. Om Gam Ganapataye 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 Namaha. Om. Continuando, ahora vamos a cantar otro mantra.
Moving along, we are now going to sing a different mantra. In the Hindu cosmology, there is an avatar, which is Ram, comes to teach how a real king should govern and to establish Dharma, which is religiosity. We are going to sing then this mantra.
Raghupati Raghava Raja Ram Patita Pavana Sitaram. 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 Sitaram Jaya Sitaram Patita Pavana Sitaram. Sitaram Jaya Sitaram Patita Pavana Sitaram. Sitaram Jaya Sitaram Patita Pavana Sitaram. Raghupati Raghava Raja Ram Patita Pavana Sitaram. Raghupati Raghava Raja Ram Patita Pavana Sitaram. Sitaram Jaya Sitaram Patita Pavana Sitaram. Sitaram Jaya Sitaram Patita Pavana Sitaram. Jai Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. 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 Jai Sitaram Jai Sitaram. Jai Sitaram, Jai Sitaram. Jai Sitaram, Jai Sitaram. Jai Sitaram, Jai Sitaram. Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Sitaram, Sitaram. Sitaram, Sitaram. Sitaram, Sitaram. Jai Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Jai Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Sitaram, Sitaram. Sitaram, Sitaram. Jai Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Jai Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Sitaram, Sitaram. Sitaram, Sitaram. Jai Sitaram, Sitaram. Sitaram, Sitaram. Sitaram, Jai Sitaram. Jai Sitaram, Jai Sitaram. Jai Sitaram, Sitaram. Sitaram, Sitaram. Sitaram, 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 Sitaram. Jai Sitaram, Sitaram, Sitaram. Jai Sitaram, Jai Sitaram. Jai Sitaram, Jai Sitaram. Raghupati Raghava Rajaram, Patita Pavana Sitaram. Raghupati Raghava Rajaram, Patita Pavana Sitaram. Sitaram Jaya, Sitaram, Patita Pavana Sitaram. Sitaram Jaya, Sitaram, Patita Pavana Sitaram. Sitaram Jaya, Sitaram, Patita Pavana Sitaram. Raghupati Raghava Rajaram, 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 Patita Pavana Sitaram. Sitaram Jaya, Sitaram, Patita Pavana Sitaram. Sitaram Jaya, Sitaram, Patita Pavana Sitaram. Sitaram Jaya Sitaram Patita Pavana Sitaram Sitaram Jaya Sitaram Patita Pavana Sitaram 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 Bolo bolo Sitaram 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 Jai Sitaram 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 Jai Sitaram Jai Jai Sitaram Jai Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ki Jai.
Extraordinario,
Gracias.
extraordinario.
Namaste.
Muchísimas gracias, Ramachandra.
Extraordinary. Thank you so much, Ramachandra Raghunandana Das. Excellent how sound has us vibrate and enter peace states and of tranquility and to approaching ourselves and others. Thank you so much for this such nice presentation. Thank you so much. From the Second World Summit of Traditional and Complementary Medicine toward an Integrative Medicine, we would like to hugely thank you for such a beautiful gesture of sharing with us these sounds which are of curation. Thank you once again. Very well, we are now going to give way to our second panel. For this purpose, we are going to have a minute of for change, for
Muy buenas tardes nuevamente.
Good afternoon once again. A warm welcome, as perhaps some people are in the early hours of the morning, others in the morning itself. Remember, we're broadcasting for the world. Let's now move on to our third panel for today. And for this, we're going to have, I'm going to present Dr. Martin Alban, who is a doctor in gastroenterology, but for many years he's dedicated to traditional medicine research. Today, he is Dean of the Medicine School of the University of Cajamarca. Go ahead, Dr. Martin.
Thank you very much, Dr. Martha, and to thank the committee that organizes this second summit of complementary medicine towards an integrative medicine that's almost in its third days and about to finish. We'll start this third panel that we call the Initiatives of Intercultural Health of Indigenous Communities and their ancestry knowledge. The objective of this panel fundamentally is to know experiences of communities and indigenous communities in the care for health, including the response to special conditions such as the pandemic of COVID-19. Our first speaker is Jorge Soria. Jorge Soria Gonzalez, a traditional doctor with a specialty in medicinal plants, with a diploma in territory governance by the University of Amazon, is from Panaillo in Pucallpa, which is a Chipibo town, president of the Ancestry team. Initiative has earned a National Movie Star Award in the category of health for the aid in the fight of COVID-19. Is a member of the Federation of Ucayalis Association from 2015. He was a president of the Federation of the Organization of Indigenous Youth in the Ucayali Ojiru region in 1999. He's an activist and from the regional movement. Jorge, you're with us, and I think that we'll start with some videos from the team. We ready with the video? Jorge?
En todo lado crece el matico.
Everywhere we see matico grow, we can find it in the streets and parks and communities. Many people has it in its home and they don't even know. You can distinguish it because they have it's a long flower going up like a little stick. It's also known as a little thread, and it grows like weed and really, really fast actually. Now we'll prepare a medicine for vaporization. We need a lemon, 10 mucora leaves, 10 matico leaves, 10 ajosacha leaves, chamomile, lemongrass, 10 leaves of eucalyptus, 2 garlic cloves, and we cut it in fourth. And then we use ginger and we cut it in a cross type of shape. To patients that have COVID, is that this vaporization that we're going to be doing is every hour in an enclosed area. It will complement for the lungs to be able to work properly. This for us is oxygen because it supports to improve the breathing of each patient that has breathing problems. Patients that have COVID also need to have full rest. They shouldn't be taking cold water or even fresh water. Everything is warm food or warm beverages. It needs to be isolated in the room, and then the home care, it has to take care for all of this. We recommend people also not to wait for you to be sick to do vaporization and to take this matico tea. Some patients call when they're already in a terminal stage, so I understand and we feel powerless of not being able to do anything. These people that are not sick, what do they need to do? They need to do the vaporization in the morning and then in the afternoon. We're going to sleep. After they've done the vaporization, they need to go into bed to rest. We had the Matico command of COVID-19, and we are organizing to support vulnerable people. And I'll ask you to also add yourself to this team and people that want to help us. We need people that have a lot of energy, or in your own communities, you can also organize this Matico unit so you can help your community because we really need it.
Nosotros como Comando Matico
Joining patients. As the Comando Matico, we help people, sick people in the parish here, but we wanted to say also to people that already have some symptoms, they need to come over timely. Let's not wait to be in a critical stage to attend the health center. That's why we recommend for people to come down here as they feel the first symptom. They need to come over to this place so we can fight it as soon as we can this virus that they have. And through Facebook, I found out more about this Matico command, Matico team, and I got here yesterday. I'm going really happy, like I call my little doctor, and she will keep on monitoring me. I came with my sister, and I see really that in a matter of hours, I've improved a lot. My lung feels better, and really, I'm really thankful for them. With them, they put everything on their hand. I see that sometimes they don't even eat for being helping patients, but we are a whole family because there's a lot of people that really need. The government is slow, and we see a hospital people dying because of lack of attention. And the professor here, all at once we get here, and she helps us with medicinal plans, and we see that there's a lot of improvement. We see the results in a matter of hours. Yesterday we had two patients that I saw were critical, and now I see a lot, quite a
y
lot.
realmente me siento muy
So now I see that they're eating, and I'm really happy, and I'm going really happy of being able to participate in this place.
Nosotros ayudamos a la gente a
We
sanar.
help people to heal, but just as we put our own part, we want your responsibility as a patient of COVID-19 to have an evolution, a positive evolution, to carry on with our diet because there's people that trust and they think they're healthy. However, they have a relapse and it's too complicated. And to have a proper positive evolution, we need to carry and continue our diets that we've recommended.
Muy bien. Jorge Soria, por
Very
favor.
well, Jorge Soria, please. Maybe you have 5 minutes for your comment. Jorge? I think your mic's off, Jorge.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Muy buenas tardes.
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon for giving us this space to the Medical School of Peru and to the Traditional Medicine Committee, and Conventional Medicine Committee as Comando Matico. We've started this fight, this facing forward type of fight to keep on supporting families that need it. There's many things that have happened, and really difficult things I might say in the 2020 that we had to live through a COVID-19 era. And I believe that there wasn't any other way of facing this pandemic but associating ourselves as traditional doctors to apply traditional medicine to, and that in response to a strategy that the state, that the government doesn't have to fight this pandemic, and that we've organized as Mando Matico to help many poor people from the people population that was not living properly.
Para poder verlo, le agradeceremos muchísimo.
Tengo el PPT, no sé si pueden
I have my
abrir.
presentation. I don't know if you can open it then, please. Yeah, we can introduce a presentation, and please, I'll ask you to open your camera. That would be really nice of you. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. As I was saying, Matico command with the statistical knowledge to face the COVID-19 pandemic that I have to present. Next one, please. Our history. Matico command in facing the COVID-19 is an initiative led by 12 volunteers concerned by the grave situation that our region was facing, Ucayali, that was born in 2020 in May. It comes as a response from the Shipibo Conibo people from the mistrust that the public health system has generated in our population, to the point of considering hospitals as focuses of infection that were harming patient conditions due to their structural deficiencies and to the historical abandonment from the government. Our motto that we've called the people will help the people. Next one, please. You can see that on May 15 of 2020, we have organized to get together all of the Matico leaves that were possible, and from Cosacha as well. Our indigenous brothers and sisters from Camparayo knew that we were going to live a critical era because they were already coming into social isolation, and all of the financial activities were closing down, and they didn't have any medicine or medicinal plants that we did had in Ucayali, that we have in Ucayali, and that we've seen a way of organizing and sending it to Lima. Next one, please. Your mic, Jorge, you have 2 minutes. Your mic.
En zonas urbanas
We had organized in urban area, being indigenous and non-indigenous, using treatment-based dialogue between the traditional medicine and occidental medicine through the ancestral use of medicinal plants that include follow-up and joining of patients to their recovery. So far, we've been joining over 930 people responding to patients in our Matico base, doing virtual appointments, phone interviews, and home visits also. You can see how we help patients. Please, next slide. Next one. So our path is the path that made us come forward. Our solidarity, the articulation, thanks to the support of everyone and people and organizations that made it possible for us to carry on with our task. We were able to buy supplies, thermometers, even a kitchen to prepare our food, vapors, and teas. And in this effort, we build these networks of solidarity, national and internationally. We just got a fund to be able to do workshops in our own surrounding areas. And we can see how we've been helping people with COVID-19, the medication that we've used, the treatment that we do with the patients, and we classify them as follows: mild, mild, moderated, and grave, and another one that's also grave. So what you can see here how we've been conducting the Matico tea, this anti-clutter medicine, ginger cereal vaporization, medicine for cough, and all those symptoms what the patients had with COVID, of course, the remedies for fever, and in Shipibo language for COVID-19, and a full treatment for COVID-19 that are used by grave patients or critical patients and breathing as well. Also, in the recipes to prepare Matico tea, you can see that it's for everyone that have or not COVID-19 because it will help to help and declot lungs and help patient. This tea will be made with water at the room temperature, and you can see the ingredients that we used to give patient. The prep mode was, well, you can see there everything that we've used regarding traditional medicine to help patients. Next slide, please. Then medicine anti-clutter with ginger is a mild to moderate case with patients of four patients with COVID-19 and can be used to prevent or to help the good circulation of blood. And the treatment is conducted the following: in people that have COVID every 4 hours, in case that don't have any COVID symptoms. As a preventive action, they can take it twice a day. And the warning that we always suggest to patients is that it shouldn't be used for those that have gastritis or hypertension. You can see some of the supplies: ginger, garlic, lemon, honey, in the amount that you can see: three fingers, two cloves, 5 units, and one teaspoonful of. Side note, do not use aluminum or metal knife because the metal will take away the scent of the syrup because it has an oxidation ingredient, and then we need to peel the garlic, crush it, and leave for maceration for 15 or 20 minutes to filter this prepared and pour some honey so this can serve as a syrup and as medication. Next slide, please. Recipes for the vaporization. This recipe has served quite a lot to keep natural oxygen that we didn't have. We didn't have oxygen, and the only way that we were able to find it was in traditional medicine. This is for everyone that has COVID-19. It helps to clean lungs, and have mucus, and it opens the chest to improve breathing problems. And is to be used the following: mild cases 3 times a day, morning, afternoon, and night, and moderate cases in grave every hour. In case that individuals also have COVID-19, they can do it to prevent only twice a day, morning and afternoon. Warning shouldn't be applied to people that are feverish until their temperature comes down. All of these recipes, we've used them during this pandemic, and we've tried to look for the proper recipes, and that's helped 130 people that we just mentioned. Next one, please. Next slide. The method of preparation, as you can see, what type of ingredients do we have: matico, eucalyptus, ajosacha, mucura, chote, chamomile, ginger, onions, garlic. Well, what we found is the fusion of medicinal plants and from the Amazon as well. This is a function that we've given to provide vaporization, and you can see there the preparation mode to prepare all the leaves, wash them, and that's what we need to do in a big pan. Then decrease temperature and let it sit for an hour and a half because if we vaporize it in that person is still with a high
lo puede agarrar
TCIM,
neumonía y ese hemos tenido
cough,
bastante con
pneumonia, and that's
cuidar
something that we've been really careful
pueda tener un reposo
with
adecuado.
and to have a
El siguiente
proper
ejemplo,
resting time of these individuals. Next slide, please.
remedio para la tos. Todo eso
Now, a cough medicine. Every medication that we're using is because all of the patients with COVID-19 symptoms have had all of these symptoms, and we had to find the proper recipe with medicinal plants in the mild and moderate or grave or critical. This is for people who suffer of asthma, agitation, cough, problems breathing, helping them with cleaning their phlegm in moderate cases every 2 or 3 hours. Grave cases every half an hour. Warning, they shouldn't be used for prevention.
apreciar cebolla,
Ingredients, and as you can see, we have garlic, onions, more lemon, olive oil, a full amount, 2 garlics, 2 cloves, honey, 1 teaspoon, lemon, and olive oil. Next recipe.
Jorge, para ir concluyendo ya, por favor.
Jorge, we need to finish up, please. Well, as you can see there, the prepping mode to wash all of the ingredients, onions, and I just want to finish by saying that this is the response on how we've been able to get organized to help people with COVID-19, to poor people from the Chippewas population, and also people that were attending these places. And the only way of finding a response or to young Chippewas that speak the language, where there's more proneness to tell what is going on. At some point, 4 patients died, but maybe we saw that it was impossible. But these patients died in a dignified way, so they can be cared for in their own community with the families. I wanted to thank a lot to the medical school for giving us the space to share a little bit of our knowledge. And thank you very much for providing and letting us provide something for humanity. I hope that this serves to humanity and that the traditional medicine profession and supply is fundamental into fighting COVID-19. Yes, Jorge, in behalf of the members that we are part of this summit, we'd like to congratulate that generous spirit and in the community that's so important in the community of the jungle in the Amazon that made possible for our brothers and sisters in the Amazon to get better with this attention and the warmth and love of its people. We'll carry on now with our following presentation. If I can please have the presentation of Dr. Ignacio Carbone Campoverde. Dr. Fernando Ignacio Carbone Campoverde is a surgeon doctor. Graduated from the University of San Marcos, a master's in management of networks and health services in the Barcelona University of Spain, ex-minister of Foreign Minister of Health, coordinator of Minicun Barra projects in Album Madrid, is a post-degree professor and one of the best universities in the country. He's going to talk to us about experiences in servicing of birth in Huancavelica, Peru. Dr. Fernando, you have 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You can stop sharing your screen so I can share mine. I would appreciate that. Thank you. I think that we are good now. Thank you very much for this invite to the Congress. And I would like to share an important experience developed in Peru in the Pacific case in Huancavelica. And that has served as a base for one of the most important strategies that we currently are developing in the country. This work held or looked at the whole care for the system of health. And again, this phrase comes from David Tejada Rivero, a great friend, Peruvian friend, organizer of the Worldwide Conference of the Alma Ata Conference in 1978, this conference for primary care. And that even was able to visit us in 3 times in Churcampa. We really thrilled and first of them, where he said that there's 15 years after this whole initiative, and I find Alma Ata in my country, in my own country. So the work in cultural pertinence and social participation implicates the participation of the usage of a whole series of tools that we know. Meaning we can isolate this from a greater type of work, from a more powerful type of work that starts with mapping out geosanitary partners from my community, such as the one that you see here, for example, and instruments that we all know. We all work in the first level of primary care, starting out with this knowing our community, what are its characteristics, its obstacles. It was about approaching our territory. In the specific case of Huancavelica, this even led us to a coding, as you can see down below, extracted from the national screening that we provide, and their own name and classification according to the name and residence that we have in each community. There's an offer for a chart or a list of services with a cultural pertinence. As you can see, we have some colored files, and each color represents a community. In each file, it's a family. Inside of each file, we have individual stories, and we have the family story. Meaning we are never going to lose again our sight of where the history is, or where to find it, or where to locate it. Evidently, this landscape is still very warm in establishment, and this implicates for all of the environment and points of entry, the consultation point, the waiting home, and the delivery room to be fitted with a cultural pertinence. And the superior far right, you can see Intercampa and Paucarapamba, which are the establishment of a greater complexity. And you can see two types of areas of delivery. To your right, the traditional one, when is a recognizable element where the mother to give birth sits down, the chair of the person that accompanies, and then the bench down below. But to our right, we see a light blue type of gurney. These gurneys are the digital electronic gurneys that are the most modern gurneys that we have in the country for vertical delivery and humanized delivery, using some more modern technique that some younger mothers rather use. And they clearly can go to an horizontal position if we have any complication. This piece of work also implicates a huge work in the family core and in community. We work with the family, with the individual, and the community, where the promoters of health, therapists, or traditional therapists, and staff of all of these specializations and technical specialties has an important role, and where there's an active participation of all of the community. In the case of the local authorities, for example, you can see up high and to your left in COVID times the visit of a minister to a situational area room in a municipality. These rooms are in municipality, that's where they should be, because authorities need to give account to their population about what they're doing in health. The other pictures that you can see there or has to do with the councils of community development put together by people in the community that work with health promoters, the brigades, and health promotion. But we also work with the academy, with all of the family or all the family of education, students, parents, using our creativity, game, puppets made out of recycled material. You can see that there's a social graph made by primary or elementary school children on vertical and humanized Very, and I'm smile a little bit because I remember the scene, and of course, despite being funny, the way that we transmit with this in a really happy way ends up being really effective. Radio is really important. In the Indian world and Masonic world, there's nothing like radio to try and broadcast, especially at night where families are getting ready to go to work really early, or at night where they gather around the fire, is the best time to hear some soaps or radio soaps in Quechua and songs in Quechua recordings. I remember that when we were doing our birth work, the stars of Atacancha were a whole sensation. Now they're professional singers, but they made their debut by working in Huancavelica and Chulcampi in Tayacacha. And of course, techniques such as popular theater that were represented by traditional therapists, promoters, the staff itself of health, theater festivals, music festivals. There are ways, really important ways, I might say, to share, and of course, in their local language, the type of information that we want to pass on, and not just in maternity, but rather in every aspect of preventive health. The right to health guides this principle, and that means that psychoprophylaxis is a right of every woman, not just of urban women, and not even from women from the coast or from Lima. In Huancavelica, psychoprophylaxis using recycled material or other materials, putting animal skin, trying to be creative is something that we also understand, and we know that we Indian women participate to somehow prepare for their birth.
En el rincón de parto tradicional, es un parto muy fisiológico que se acorta en 30 o 35% en materia del expulsivo. La gestante usa su propia ropa. La negociación para construir esto tardó 8 meses. Entre concedo alguna cosa, concedo otro. Los acompañantes son
This
diversos.
took 8 months between concessions. There can be husbands, midwives. The women must decide. And so here we see medical doctors, nurses, OBGYNs training themselves in vertical childbirth. On the top left, a doctor from the United States. Others are professionals from Peru, who in Chucampa and Cayacaja have made a place in order to learn about humanization of healthcare. Physio- Physiotomies are very rare, even in first-time uh, birthers, and with this maternal death is no longer in Chulucampa. There are ladies perishing, but no longer via childbirth, and child mortality also was significantly diminished in perinatal stage. Traditional medicine also has an important space with much respect, as Kayawaya Bolivian doctors and Maya populares doctors in Central America might say, in articulation and coordination, but not integrated. We have different categories, knowledges as respectful between each other, so we must work together. On the top, for instance, you can see a list of specialties drafted at a health center: Campiri, midwife, bone doctor, herb doctor, Kawayo. Below this, you can find socio-cultural syndromes and how they are treated. On the right side to the top, there's this whole group of traditional therapists who have recovered the use of quipu. They are using the quipu to set to show figures on controls and services they provide that they help with child bearers in coordination with health staff from the facilities, health facilities. But there's also a space for the utilization of lyophilized plants, some from gardens set at the very health locations themselves, and others gathered by the specialists and therapists themselves out in the field. And these are offered along with allopathic medicine in a very respectful manner within healthcare facilities. This whole process required a deep preparation of the staff from all professions, all from all technical teams. It was done via the National Program for Training in Family and Community Health, but Huancavelica made their own PROFAM, and this is what they've used for this purpose. On the lower part to the left, in the middle picture, you can see David Tejada de Rivero sitting beside me on one of our encounters where he was able to visit Churcampa. This experience, excuse me, I'm getting ahead. This experience has received many accolades. The Runa Prize to Runa Aiju Yakta Healthy Experiences, the Ministry of Culture, the Best Public Intercultural Experience. It has been finalist for United Nations Public Service Award in 2018. It obtained first place among 121 experiences from all of the Americas in the contest for good practices from Bajo 2012. It received the Carlos Slim Prize 2014 in Mexico, and in 2016, the Sasakawa Award from WHO as the best primary care experience. This group of person you see here are Spaniards, Guatemalans, Bolivians, and from other countries. There are more than 14 countries from Europe and the Americas who go to Chulcampa. What they've attempted is to gather or pick up on what Halton Mahler and David Tejada Rivero left behind at Alma Ata in 1978, what Manuel Núñez Butron practiced in the Bolivian and Peruvian highlands between 1930 and 1940, and which is no more than holistic healthcare for everyone, by everyone, seeking for nobody to be left behind. This is inserted in the new mental map for political sectorial development in healthcare, which is currently being enforced. This national multisectorial policy, Peru Healthy Country by 2030, universal coverage, and the integral healthcare model centered on the life, person, family, and community has been designed largely on the experience in Chuncampa in the development of the prior model called MICE BFC. Obviously, it proposes an integrated healthcare network on territorial matters. Here you have this policy, the national multi-sectorial policy, which 14 ministries have approved and will be developing up until 2030 this model of care to which there is a great input from this experience, and the territory organized in networks, integrated network health networks, and I must say that Chucampa and then Tayacaja are the first RIS in the Andean world and in Peru. For any additional information, I invite you to seek the book Integral Healthcare for Everyone by Everyone in the Peruvian Andes, and to look at this brochure, which summarizes all advancements for the future on these matters, drafted by the Ministry of Health, and a document called Proposals for Change and Transformation in Healthcare, which also picks up on this experience. You can find it at the Blue Info. We are the second country, no, we are the first country pioneer in Blue Info, the second being Brazil. You can find this at the virtual health library, and you can also find it on this cloud, which has been set up especially for this purpose. Finally, I will say goodbye, farewell, with a phrase from our ancestors, the Aymaras, which invites us to all go together for nobody to be left behind, and for everything to be sufficient for everyone, and for nobody to lack anything, because we are all Waikichas. We are not Wiracochas. We are brothers. We are not lords. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Carbone, for your presentation in this very caring way that you present. We invite our next presenter, please. We're leaving questions for the end. So we're calling Dr. Giancarlo Biaggi, and there will be some questions for later, I believe. This presentation is tasked on Martin Arnulfo Maldonado Perez from our brother Republic of Mexico, who's physiotherapist in respiration with a cultural linkage with the direction of cultural medicine development from the Secretariat in Mexico. He will be presenting on the intercultural experience with traditional medicine in the Conca in Notseri ethnicity in Mexico. Go ahead. Your microphone, you have 15 minutes. Can you hear me? Perfectly. Morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on which part of the world you're watching from. This terrible pandemic has left thousands of dead people in many countries, and also sadness, angriness, and uncertainty. It has left us confused to this day, but also it has taught us to seek alternatives, such as in traditional medicine or ancestral medicine. It is an honor, and I'm very happy for having the opportunity of participating in such an important event. Thank you, Dr. Alejandro Almaguer and Dr. Natalia Sofia. My slide's not moving, not advancing. There we go. Apologies. Now, I can tell you that in our own Mexico, there are 68 indigenous peoples or ethnicities. Today, I invite you to know one of them, or just a little bit of them, the Concac beings, which mean sand people or sand men. So imagine what this entails, a desert. So it is important to mention that this ethnicity, from ancestral times, they have been hunter, fishermen, and gatherers. It is also important to mention that this is an area of difficult access. These are very important points that during this talk we must consider. The city community faces the COVID-19 pandemic with support of traditional medicine. There are 350 inhabitants, roughly, in this community. In the delta of Sonora, In the first weeks of the pandemic in the community, in June, there were 27 patients with uh, lesser, moderate, and severe re- respiratory insufficiency. And this was a result of initial skepticism before the pandemic. In many parts of the world, people did not believe in it. Now, the first deaths presented obesity, diabetes, hypertension, cardiopathy, COPD, among other illnesses, and they did not believe that and it was due to this skepticism because they were blaming that sort of disease. They were coming and going from hospitals in spite of the distances involved, which are so difficult because they have to move through the deserts that we have here in Sonora. Now, healthcare services delivered the bodies by petition of the community according to their customs. As a consequence, there were more infections. There was a spike in infections. There was another death, and community moved from non-believedness to non-believing to panic into panic. So healthcare services delivered the bodies, but sealed up in boxes, fully sealed. And they, by not believing, they manipulated and had contact as in order to get clothing on the bodies according to their customs. Logic tells us that there was going to be a mass infection. Let's imagine 350 inhabitants within a very remote area. So forecasts were quite ugly, apart from there being a single doctor at the health center that we have over there, the location. They also became ill, which is why the health unit was left without a doctor, which is why we have here. This is transformed by the community into an intercultural COVID unit. Now, let's remember that in Sonora, Mexico, and all around the world, there was a deficit in nurses, doctors, promoters, etc. And not only due to fear, but because people are and they are perishing. As responsible of the health center, we had an artisan or a handcrafter and fishermen staying there or posted there as health promoters. Now, this is very interesting, which will be cleared up later. There is participation of 7 people with knowledge and handling of traditional Comacac medicine, or Seri medicine. The promoters received general training on endovenous canalization, fracture management, management of patients with deep wounds, suture for stitching techniques, management of hypoglycemia, hyperglycemia, hypertensive crisis, asthmatic crisis, among others. Now, these practices they did prior to the pandemic in 2019 as with a feeling that something was coming, something big was coming. Our traditional medicine, inhabitants received support from people who handled traditional medicine in the community, who offered symptomatic remedies utilizing medicinal plants in the community and the region. So just from that region, the desert, which in fact the desert, this is where the desert and the sea join is a very beautiful area, but that's not the issue here. For prevention, they used seawater gargles and plants such as beans and sweet mango. Now, for disease symptomatology, they use salvia, oregano, governor, wako, beans, among others. I'm sure salvia is pretty well known by our audience. Now, here it is important to state that they, by opting for medicinal plants, they perform certain rituals, and was I was a witness to this because I spent many days with them during the pandemic. They asked Mother Earth for permission in order to to intake plants. It's not only a matter of gathering them, this required schedules and rituals for each of the plants. I'm not sure if it's visible, the association of traditional medicine, of traditional doctors. This document is very important, and I want to say here that 2 days ago I was with them and I talked to them about this participation that we were going to perform that day, and that they, who very gladly wanted to participate, they will simply have an encounter among themselves in order to decide to see whether they may share this, which is a document which is very quite complete, and it incorporates all of the herbs that they manage or that they use. And here is also instructions for use. I was advised to convey to you 2 points. We will not be sharing knowledge when it is to the benefit of a particular person. We will not share knowledge that are very particular that will be harming us. For instance, on certain plants that may be exploited, giving way to scarcity, putting in jeopardy the plant the plant or to knowledge of plants that may be appropriated or patented, resulting in ourselves having to buy those plants that they themselves have. Intercultural days of health care were carried out in August. 178 serologic and PCR tests were used, giving positive results, 30% of them. Under the Anticipa COVID-19 program with medicine kits, there was support from this program. Here, the government in the state of Sonora has this program still enforced or underway. This program, there are antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, antihistamines, anti-allergenics, antitoxins, etc. Here, they also built their own, and I will briefly show this. A public servant decided to intervene with the sensibility that they should have, empathizing with the feeling of fear of death at the hospital, and fidelity toward people who handle traditional medicine, the same people who are providing assertive results before symptomatology of COVID-19. So I was there with them for 2 days, and the worst enemy, the worst obstacle they had was panic. So one of the points we were working on was diminishing panic, fear of death, because they would rather die within their community, and they were already trusting them, the youth who were handling the traditional medicine. A attention strategy was created with key elements. A community health committee was set up in order to organize processes. The health center transformed into COVID intercultural unit in order to tend to those people ill from COVID who did not have the need to exit their community. Imagine moving from having a health center without a doctor, we now have an intercultural health center, which is a huge opportunity which came at that point. They worked jointly with people who handle traditional medicine, 7 women and 1 man, in order to offer a package of herbs for attending to the ill, which was delivered to people along with face masks, symptomatic medicine, and from the Anticipa program. You can see in the pictures we have the 2 packages, the packages, the package delivered by the Sonora Healthcare Services, and also the package delivered through by the population handling traditional medicine. I want to tell you that just like around the world, there is a very important element, perhaps the most important, which is oxygen, or a lack of. Now, let's imagine, as I was telling you, they did not want to exit their community. They preferred dying within their community due to fear of going to the hospital. So we approached a community with Dr. Laura Monti from Arizona, the United States, and so we talked and I told her about the need of having oxygen concentrators, not oxygen tanks, because it would have been too complex, as you've seen in many parts of the world. At that point, these could be obtained because there were still not many people having this demand. And also, it was not known what an oxygen concentrator is. We're looking at this on the right hand side, the blue equipment, which provides us up to 10 liters per minute. The medical house is employed so that the community can set the face down position as a fundamental medium in order to increase oxygen saturation, which in many cases was sufficient to improve it without recurring to an oxygen concentrator, which provides from 1 to 5 liters of oxygen, additional liters of oxygen per minute. Here I mean only the fact of going or putting oneself face down. Obviously, not everyone tolerated this, but most of them did. In the case of the seres, they tolerated this face down position, this prone position. And just by lying face down, it's just like having an additional 1 to 5 liters of oxygen. 2-meter beds were allocated because most of these people are quite tall. There was control was performed via oximeters, oxygen meters, the technique of capillary saturation, seeking intentionally patients with silent hypoxia. Now, I want to tell you here that there were patients at this health center which turned basically into a hospital, lasted from 3 days up to 30 days in admission at that health center. Do not have Dr. Martin, if we can start wrapping up, please. Now, playing with the sea. Respiratory rehabilitation via sea baths, skipping waves for 30 minutes daily, along with family member as a respiratory therapy during convalescence or during illness. Now, playing out in the sea, apart from giving us peace, and they also know the sea perfectly and its properties. Due to time constraints, I'm going to skip through. Now, the milpa diet. We all know, and it has been described. And prevention, attention, and follow-up is implemented in order to reinforce healthcare for the area inhabitants. And people ill with COVID, they are dealt with good diet. Here is important to tell you that the Astros came together here, as there's mesquite, which provides a fruit, which is a pechita, and with that pechita, they make some products, as in this case, they're making tortillas, and they're even making coffee. At that point, there's a very important detail. We got in contact with the director of traditional medicine, Dr. Alejandro Almaguer, who strengthened this via a video call. The Astros came together because there was no connection there on that day and at that time, but it was achieved. And they empowered themselves even more because federally and nationally, there was the authority there who was with them there, which helped them a lot. Now, to finish up, I will tell you that the strategic intervention, there have not been deaths in the community. The role of a servant as a therapist and as a holistic strategy manager, listening to the community and proposing a technical cultural alternative, using local resources, the role of the health committee and the group of traditional therapists, the utilization of oxygen concentrators, and the face down position, the technique of capillary saturation, and alternative measures to strengthen healthcare, as well as pulmonary rehabilitation and playing with the sea. On the Milpa diet, I can tell you briefly about the achievements. An infographic was made, which is on the healthcare webpage, on the Salud webpage, and that we would like to share with other communities, ethnicities, and why not all ethnicities around the world. Currently, in total, more than 40 people were attended to with traditional medicine and the other strategies described under the COVID Intercultural unit at this location with no deaths from July 2020 to this day. There have been none. The last case of COVID-19 in the community was back in October of 2020. The handcrafter Isabel Garcia and fisherman Omar Casanova are acknowledged as heroes in the Comcac community, and they now make part of healthcare services in the state of Sonora. All inhabitants of this community, greater than or over 18 years of age, are already vaccinated against COVID-19. Super important figure. The healthcare center, currently, we are considering it as a first center of rural intercultural healthcare in the state of Sonora. And here we have our heroes team. Here we have the doctor, and we also have the lady, the maximum authority there, who is the president of the elderly council. There we have the traditional medicine room, we have the doctor there, and a public servant. And to finish, I will leave you with this nice picture here. We have our heroes who is speaking, and the doctor who you already know, who has just participated this morning, Dr. Hernan Jose Garcia Ramirez, in complementary attention from the traditional medicine and intercultural development, addressed in yellow. And I leave you my email here in case you have any questions or request for information. We're at your service. Thank you. Thank you, doctor, and thank you for understanding our time constraints.
Our final presentation is in charge of Dr. Jesus Gomez Valle. If I can please have his presentation real quick of Jesus Gomez Valle is a Kayawas technician with no borders, without frontiers from Bolivia. Is as a part of his experience, he went through a diploma of management and traditional medicine policies with the co-projectors or with the co-makers of the traditional ancestry medicine. She was part of a law in Bolivia, and for its regulation, he will be giving us a lecture in the view of the Kayagua Bolivian medicine. Please, doctor, you have 12 or 13 minutes for your presentation. Thank you. Good morning or good evening, everyone from the Berliner National State, and thanks to everyone that's able to join this event with a wide range of coverage. And due to timing, we're going to be moving forward with our presentation. We'll try to summarize some points in our presentation.
Aló, aló.
Okay.
Bueno, el tema que conlleva. Hola.
Well, do you hear me? Well, what gathers us today is to present the experiences that we had regarding the medical priorities from the Cayahuaga community. In that sense, we have a route that we've been following, a path sort of that we are tracing, and we'd like to conclude with our goals in this bicentennial. And that's why we were able to develop five goals of our big goals, which are the creation of traditional doctors, the implementation of traditional medicine, the entitling the traditional doctors, institutionalization of traditional medicine, and having a subsystem of traditional medicine in a plurinational state. That some are the goals that we are building step by step through the different experiences that we have in the obtaining this state of plurinationalism. And one of them takes us to look at the medical pluralism that exists over here in Bolivia. And in that sense, we can decide that the medical term is understood as a coexistence of different medical systems within one society, which keep a cooperational relationship, but in reality, we should express, or both of them are manifesting this coexistence in a plurinational degree with the experiences that we have. We have understood how do we see local coexistence and the coexistence of different medical systems of networks of health, cooperational type of approach. And evidently, we had experiences of coexistence, of cooperation, where we enrich the health center, where we increase coverage of attention of the health centers because of the coexistence of the traditional doctor alongside the human resource of health. We were able to see and identify institutional deliveries in an increased manner due to the cooperation and the existence of a traditional doctor that coordinates with health centers. But we have different services in Bolivia, and we can show them in this mural where we can see that there's different types of services, and that there is a coexistence of different types of services in health. We can see that we have the doctor that's on the same infrastructure. We can have alternative medicine on one only same infrastructure. We can also have the medicine service, natural medicine service, in an only infrastructure as well. Just as for the private service in this case, we're looking at a dentist, but also we have the existence of a traditional medicine. It's only a clear photograph that exists, and we pluralize the medical system in Bolivia through the different services that we have in the traditional medicine scope. We put it on in evidence to this photograph, and it's evident about that we have the patient in a demographic study, just as a lab of curations, where we see that the patient goes through different types of services, but taking as a final alternative traditional medicine. We've understood that within the umbrella of traditional medicine, we also have a plurality of services. We've understood that there's services that join the health centers, and we have specifically traditional services, and we have services in health centers of the academic medicine itself. We have exclusive services for traditional community doctors. We have access to the population to natural medication in an artisanal type of manner, but also with a sanitary registry that the government uses to register them in Bolivia. So we have within our traditional medicine practices in Bolivia, we have also a pluralism of services that will ensure the population access and also complies with the right that the population has in Bolivia to interculturality and traditional medicine. So at the same time, when we come into Kayawaya medication, why in Bolivia we have it as a model of medical pluralism in Kayawaya medicine. First off, because it's pharmacology. The pharmacology is so broad that we can rescue certain fundamental aspects. So let's talk about the Chilca, the taxonomic classification can place it in 11, but the pharmacology or classification of Uncayawi has a classification of 13. So the pharmacology looks at products and medicinal plants that are native, and it's really broad in scope, and this is always to the service of the population and the access to of the population. Another important aspect is that we have therapeutic techniques that are necessarily and strictly native, that are managed in at three levels by traditional doctors. So we've understood the techniques that are joined by the use of medicinal plants, minerals, and also remains of animals. So we have a range, its context, it's so defined, and that's why in the sciences side, medication has the two treatments that are decontextualized. Why do they have to be universal? Because if its principle, science with medicine is contextual, it has a context, the medication and the treatment itself. So one of these important factors of the medicine, okay, with medicine, is the way that attention is served. Personal, communitary, we've understood that we need to look at specific determinants of health, of the specific type of families and the specific communitary ways of equilibrating the principle of the patient so they can respond to this person. We've understood that there's a blind spot that the health or the health systems are not tackling. Well, the Kayaya medicine works with it because it doesn't just try to work with the body, but also with the spirit, with its surroundings. And if it's coming back to the geographic place where the patient inhabits the community, and a fundamental aspect is uh, what we are talking about of the Kayawaya medicine. This has a fundamental factor of the Kayawaya medicine, which is a network that in Bolivia constitutes the Kayawaya medicine. That's being constituted, if it's true, is of a province's origin, but it's constituted in a huge amount of the Bolivian department. So that's why it's one of the traditional medicines in Bolivia that it does have a network and a mobilization network, a connection network, a network of communication, and a network of exchange of experiences in different areas. That's an important factor that opens a place to the medical terminology where traditional medicine in Bolivia takes place. The cultural pathologies are also specific and fundamental. We are already warning everyone that in C11, there's already a chapter that refers specifically to traditional medicine. So we're looking at the pathologies that traditional medicine responds to are already within the CMS. Officially, we've understood as well in Bolivia that we have a field of action in the Kayawa medicine to understand pathologies and social cultural pathologies that are different in their own levels or that Bolivia has with its own characteristics. And why are we highlighting this? Because every social cultural disease has its own context, and by having so Ayahuasca and by being nomad can overtake this type of culture, which is something that other Bolivian cultures are not able to develop or to do. But they submerge strictly in their community, they dominate their surroundings, their environment, and just like that, the other cultural surroundings that we have. So these fundamental facts give us a
hablar de un pluralismo médico
gives room to open about a medical pluralism in the Bolivian system. 1 minute, please, doctor. And at the same time, we have the regional context of what Kayawaya medicine is. It's contextualized in the understanding that the patient or the community that we respond to and we teach to use these elements of their own region, complemented with native plants that are a part of their ecosystem. The Callao medicine is a nomad, and that's because the scope of having the ways of managing levels and flows that we have in the plurilasting state is horizontal axis, because the Kayagua medicine has horizontal access to the patient, to the family, and to the community, so they can communicate and transfer information, transfer prevention, and transfer post-attention care, but in the language that the patient has, with the cosmovision that the patient has, and it also integrative in the understanding that in the different treatments, there needs to be a family participation of its surrounding to develop and to conduct this treatment, which is an asset. Why? Because of its way of acting in care. We can identify also that the indicators in attention in Kayawaya medicine are putting this in evidence that due to the groups that they also have access to attention in the Kayawa medicine. At the same time, we can talk about four models where the attention navigates of the Kayawaya medicine. One of the first ones, which is the most known by everyone, which is the articulation of a health center of a first and second level, with their own levels of attention, with their support of what would be the health staff. The pluridimensional state of Bolivia, and in our regulation, we is talk about complementary action, and that's why in this first model, Kayawa model doctor needs to share with different doctors in this matter. But also we have the common health agent, which is a more specific type of matter that is responded to at the community level and is only a satellite of the health center. And we have to say it's a communication for coordination, and Kayawa has its own context and surrounding to respond to this type of actions. But also we talk about having our own infrastructure for the Kayawaya medicine, but with the principle of complementarity of articles, especially for doctors, where we need to have a doctor, meaning we need to have at this point 10 Kayawaya doctors in the existence of a doctor for us to be able to comply with the principle of complementary action. But given the characteristics that Kayawaya has, also needs to be community districts in Kayawaya's method, which is nomadism. That's for the groups that have developed and are still developing their visit and the community visit that each population of the Kiowa community takes. They have their own specific uh, journeys, and we can compare them with a family doctor, but that takes or pays visits through different cities and population that if we can please finish, doctor, because we are done with our time. And we have understood, we've decided to finish with this four landmark about regulation. Why we thought about developing this type of activities? Well, first, because it was a landmark of 1987 where we have depenalized Kayawaya medicine. And we have constitutionalized Kayawaya medicine in Bolivia. And we also have specific laws and strategies to implement Kayawaya medicine. And now, in 2021, I have in 15 types of regulation, technical regulation for the implementation of traditional medicine, having this materialization of the medical pluralism in the three-dimensional state of Bolivia. So thank you very much, and we sorry about the time used. Maybe we should have kept it a little bit more concise. Yeah, we are sorry about time, but yeah, I'll talk to Dr. Margo because this is a question for each one of you to be able to respond to questions. So let's see if we have any. Good evening, everyone. Yeah, I'd like to invite all of the and congratulate all of the speakers for a wonderful presentation, really clear presentation, and lucky those that are present here to be able to follow and keep on connecting to these ways of connecting with the region. Thanks to the Comando Matico's friend Jorge Soria, to Martin from Mexico, Dr. Carbone, Jesus Gomez also from Bolivia. And I have a question and a comment in a way of thinking about this. We have currently this or what the pandemic has brought with it is has visualized certain aspects of our own ways of working, the way that we have the deficit that we've been able to identify in the health. And in that sense, we've looked, or the world itself has looked for different ways of tackling this. We're only talking Latin American countries and not overall worldwide. And that takes us to a huge question. How is it that we want it, or how can we rethink medicine overall in totality? To be able to have or to be able to focus in this name that brings us to this event. So I would like to ask each one of the speakers, how is it that from your perspective, you see the future of medicine, knowing that this type of dialogue or intercultural dialogue is important in its essence. And we have this horizontality in direction that has to do with this type of provision from both medicines. I wanted to leave you with these questions, and if you have time to answer them, that would be great. On the other hand, I'm sorry, but this reflection or comment is mainly for whole attention, wholesome attention. I like presentation of Mr. Jesus, also of Jorge, regarding the bias that we have with Occidental medicine. And but that is something that
También podemos abordar este tema de incorporar
or take this issue and incorporating different perspectives to the use of Occidental medicine, like for example, psycho-spiritual care, family care, and the surrounding and the environment we know are specific and important for health. That's what I wanted to comment, and we hope to hear from you and from everyone here. Thank you very much, Dr. Fernando. Your final comments? Well, thank you very much, colleagues from Guatemala. Off of these pandemics, we all are free of it, or nobody lives free of it. And the world is showing this. Just go down to one place, and then it decreases in one place and increases in the other. And then the viruses mutates, and then all of the alleged advances in vaccination in Latin America, they are lost. So we all need to fight, and we all need to be relieved, or nobody will make it. We need and we have the opportunity of transforming health, so we shouldn't exaggerate on the time that we have for that change and transformation. It's natural for traditional medicine to be naturally part of medicine to treat that. It's the capacity and how broad it is when managing it are amazing. And let's shouldn't forget that people is at the middle, at the core of curing and listening and consoling. Thank you, Fernando. Thank you, Dr. Fernando. Dr. Martin Maldonado. Yeah, the policies here, luckily, the health policies of Mexico are directed under this same direction that we really, really need currently. And we need to make those hospitals, these beautiful hospitals, we need to make them intercultural hospital. We need to give them the opportunity. And we need to give the opportunity to this medicine, which is the traditional medicine. And basically, we are already opening the door to where we have already hospitals with both type of medicine.
Gracias. Doctor Jesús Gómez.
Thank you, Dr. Jesus Gomez. I believe that the question is serious, and that's a strong question. I believe that the matrix is of epistemologically approach, and I believe that the first thing that we need to treat is that epistemology in medicine. I believe me that it has to do with the epistemology of population overall. I believe that we need to look at pedagogical vision or version of this pandemic we've seen, which is the encounter of the mother with the child, traditional medicine of population with the new modern medicine. This is the message of this pandemic, the encounter of the mother with the child, and we are not realizing that phenomenon will probably invisibilize it again. We'll invisibilize traditional medicine again. So we need to be more equitative. We need to be fairer as the government of the world with the traditional medicine. Thank you very much, everyone. I'm sorry I've been the punisher of time. I won't be able to give mic to different people that wanted to have a participation. Thank you, Dr. Yagi, and thank you very much for your participation. Let's go on with our final part. Thank you very much, and greetings, everyone. Thank you very much, Dr. Martin Alban. It's been a real excellent moderation. Thanks to the speakers, each and every one of them with their own real experiences. Really, I believe that if we could learn a little bit more of everything that you've been introducing and presenting to us, we can probably measure a lot better our public health, and we can probably try and understand better our own medicine, of course, and help a lot more to our patients. Thank you again, and we are already finishing this panel, and we'll go quickly to our conference sessions. Please, Rocio. Okay, well, we have Dr. Luis Gutierrez Alberoni. Please, we have him present here. Dr. Gutierrez Alberoni. Okay, thank you very much for that. And I would like to introduce Dr. Gutierrez Alberoni. He is a doctor with a lot of years of experience. He's worked in many countries, but especially as articulated, he has come into a really close work with communities in a way. He's been developing this methodology that the Pan American Health Organization asks to the member countries to be able to strengthen, and that's precisely the intercultural dialogue. Please, Doctor, go ahead with your subject, and this is exactly precisely intercultural dialogue. Please, Dr. Alberoni. You can see my presentation, right? Yes, we can. Well, first off, I'm really thankful to having or to have the opportunity. Can you please put your presentation mode in your presentation? Thank you. Right now, we'll do it. I'm sorry about this. All right. There you go. Presentation. Yes, in presentation mode. Cannot see it yet.
En el icono que está abajo, en la barra inferior.
In the lower icon in the inferior bar before the bar that we have. Thank you very much, Dr. Martha, for that. Thank you very much for the invite. I'll be sharing a process that we are conducting in different countries with a serious push and encouragement from the ministries of health through the promotion of health and through the directions of intercultural health or indigenous health. First off, really general landscape. We were being introduced to the guidelines of the regional policy of ethnicity, but we need to be reminded that we are multi-ethnical meeting, and the numbers are going to be varying every year to incorporate new groups or to decrease, sadly, some of the Amazonic people and populations that are decreasing and disappearing. But this the cultural diversity introduces a series of problems by itself. It's already to repeat ourselves to say that indigenous population, for example, of the Amazon in the South American region have the worst rates of mortality, child mortality, malnutrition, access to services. So it has problems. But in the other hand, the life course that not just is the association of the stages of life, but not just the lengthy growth, but actually it's also the population and how they are located in Huancavelica, how are they located in Chiapas, how are they located, etc. Right? So this course of life introduces to a harmonic challenge to be able to have health and to have important variants like, for example, rights, gender, interculturality, equity, nutrition. But this course of life is completely unequal because in the current pandemic, one of the first absentees with their voice were the elders. We thought for them. That's a good thing. We thought, but there has been little to no participation on their feeling, on their thoughts, on the way that they would like for elders to be treated within their family and within their health services, and even so in the indigenous population. In the with adolescents also, we've also addressed the some of them that are allowing the dissemination and the spreading out of the word and also of the COVID-19. But of course, we don't know more how they felt. So this course of life and this deciding for everyone has a series of problems, and it represents specific problems at a certain age or at a certain stage of life. And then we have general problems, for example, environment or in general of the social, financial context, and generally speaking of the social, right? So why are we starting with this, the cultural diversity in the course of life with problems? Because problems are going to be our most important ingredient to establish uh, this situation.
Here we are setting for which purpose and why the cultural exchange. And there's one more term missing, for whom, because as Paulo Freire said, dialogue or exchange is a condition, is not a concession. In order to, this serves to determine engagement via healthcare services and facing a way to impose one sort of medicine over another. So dialogue is a condition, and distance, for instance, that exists among populations or group or vulnerable groups is huge, and it's even more so when they are Amazon indigenous communities, for instance. So in this context, we, within the unit of gender and cultural diversity, we are still concerned about this because the main stakeholder or subject to everything that community work entails and everything that appropriating practices, which in this COVID context, for instance, will be protecting and prevent entails, is family. But we're talking about family with beliefs and practices which are different from culture to culture, distinct within the same country, and from culture to culture. We have interactions within the family, where in many places, dictatorship of cultural sexism imposes certain rules for prenatal control, for instance, and for resisting to childbirth, or for the distribution even of foodstuffs in rectangular tables where the head of the family is who receives first because it's rectangular and they are at the head. So there are conditions also within family, conditions where fundamentally poverty and the lack of literacy or functional literacy in most of poor populations knowing how to read and write, and but they know, but often there's not necessarily comprehension. There's also the issue of having or not having access to water, but the family has values. And when we were asked, who do you consider a family member? We asked to not get into discussion. Family is who lives under a roof and eats from the common pot and lives by the rules which are set within that family. Because let's remember that in Colombia, there were 6 very large departments who received migratory populations from conflict areas, and there were families where there were 2 or 3 women who were the head or the leaders of those family groups, and they constituted a family. Now, fortunately, the family is not by itself. It has a series of social actors. Firstly, on education with the educational community based on teachers, parents, as well as students. We have baseline organizations which are created to resolve first necessity issues, but they also favor to other subsequent issues. We have also churches, many of them who have the common denominator of gathering people because here spirituality is a part of our lives. Local government, which often in many locations is that who calls out and assigns budgets, but calls attention also, for instance, when the political responsible of health in Colombia is the mayor. It is not the Secretary of Health. So it is the mayor there. Or in other locations, we have a health minister, and we have another agent who is health and community health agents. And we also have the media, where who are at the homes of indigenous communities. We have television, indigenous televisions without any sort of permit, not communicating, but also transferring messages that only serve consumption. And these social actors have roles and functions that are distinct. Each has its very important role. And then finally have that government, economy, society, or the socioeconomic structure feeds into the rest. Now, this consultation comes from the family out until government, and this dialogue. This is a dialogue of wisdoms among ethnicities and other groups from families, stemming from family. So, what do we understand as an exchange of wisdom? Because we can also call it intercultural dialogue or significant encounters. These are actually processes of communication and exchange among individuals and groups, horizontally and with much respect, where dialogue constitutes sharing with the other on their knowledge and the building of, sorry, the audio feed is breaking up. And this space is called intercultural. So the space that is produced as an effect of a process of dialogue is a space which respects the identity of one and the other. If we set an example from traditional medicine with medicinal plants or Western medicine as a product of dialogue, then minimal spaces must be set for respect and for utilization of, I'm sorry, there's interference. Am I being asked a question? Should I respond? Go ahead, doctor. There is an issue with Dr. Marco Bartolo. Well, that space constitutes the intercultural health space. Because intercultural health is not a concept, but dialogue is a process of a communicative action, and what should stem or result from it is the visualization of a common space among both actors. For instance, among the two issues, let's talk about traditional medicine and Western medicine, for instance. So that's dialogue. But why dialogue of knowledge? These are important in order to analyze, deepen, and resolve or get into and resolve health issues. Now, based on analysis and discussion on the matter, the ongoing matter of why it happens. My colleague from Mexico this morning was presenting a graph which stated a lack of this and the other of essential things. Now, the question was, why is this lacking? And we discovered the problem. And then, based on discovering that issue, each with their potential and their roles in society and in family, there's a possibility of starting to change. But it's also for communicating and informing. There's no better tool than dialogue of knowledge in order to inform, to dialogue, for instance, with indigenous populations on vaccines, on, but not the need of imposing, but of talking very well. There was another colleague also from Mexico who was answering this morning. How did they go about the utilization of, or for the role of the midwife at the health facility? And they mentioned that through dialogue, each expressed how they were doing at each point in time. And they tried to analyze based on that what were the strengths and weaknesses and what was the takeaway. And with that takeaway is the intercultural health care space. But also, what does this serve in order to promote cooperation, inter-learning with the participation of those involved, and in order to agree on actions and commitments in order to overcome the causes of health issues. So, in this context, dialogues or exchanges which are being promoted from health with indigenous populations, Afro descendants, or other groups, we have differentiated them into three moments for dialogue. For instance, the first moment called construction of conditions. There are certain needs that salute or health requires in order to start a process of dialogues. Dialogues in plural. It is not a single event. The second time, finally, is the dialogue or the exchange. It is a horizontal exchange where here we have a very important role of the facilitator. The facilitator is only talking 15 or 20% tops of the time because 80% is an exchange among the health staff and the indigenous population, among the health staff or groups of the elderly, among the health group or apus or mamus of the Sierra Nevada, between health staff and migrant population health staff or displaced population. That's the second moment. And the third moment is follow-up and monitoring of all agreements that have been reached at the second moment within that same dialogue. It is the most important moment where there's a legitimization of not of that process of dialogue. Is why we say that dialogue in first place is not an event. The dialogue of knowledge is a long process. Just like we say we do community work with midwives and promoters, this is not a process of a single training event. It is a process, a long one. Just like community work is instituted as a long process, dialogue with that actor, that stakeholder who wants to incorporate this as a methodology of learning in order to change healthcare services, it is a long process. So when we talk about the first moment, what is constructing the conditions? Constructing conditions is firstly the political decision. And when we talk about political decision, it is not only about political decision locally, but it is a national political decision. In that sense, theoretically, countries such as Ecuador and Bolivia would be facilitated by the very constitutions declared as multicultural, pluricultural, their own constitution. So that political decision, when it is transferred to the provinces or departments, etc., it is very strong. But without that political decision, the territorial one, let's say it's not possible to establish dialogue because dialogue happens between subjects. It is from a stakeholder as salud with another organization, an indigenous one. It is not from a single person who is a facilitator with the indigenous population. No, it is a relationship between or among subjects. For that purpose, it requires a political decision because it must also incorporate within its budget and openness annual some sort of budget because in later meetings which happen at least a coffee must be invited or something because they are brief meetings but they are necessary. It is necessary to make that need visible. And second place, there needs to be a functional team which is made up by the management team for that network because the response, the agreements that will happen in the second moment must be responded institutionally. There is no response here from a single person. The other element in the construction of conditions is that a facilitator of dialogue must have the skills to develop. Actually, since we make use of logic, and I'm not sure which point in history it comes in, but we perform dialogue. Now, this methodology first allows to set these moments, firstly, and in second place, to prioritize time, which is the most important variable to all cultures, and make so that agreements are very clear and visible to everyone in order to perform monitoring. Another element in this first moment is mapping of social stakeholders, which was presented by Dr. Carbone. It is necessary to perform in the territory a mapping not only of risks and resources, but the social stakeholders and the community agents, which are the strengths and the weaknesses, what are the quotas of power existing therein. And finally, in constructing conditions, there must be a relationship or a list of the most significant issues they have in that territory. If in that territory, the issue is that there is no prenatal control, it must be set then as an issue. And so problems, where are they born from? From the source of the intercultural as is or epidemiology, local epidemiology profiles. They are not born from another place because they must have a real foundation or baseline. They can also stem from qualitative research. So at this point, which can last 1 or 2 months, there's a political decision, a functional team, a facilitator that has been trained. There's a mapping of social stakeholders and a list of issues. That's where the advocacy process starts in order to invite into this dialogue, to participate in this dialogue. And in this dialogue then comes the second moment. And the second moment is the full exchange, where the role of facilitator, those who have been involved in dialogue, they know that the role of facilitator is so important because what they must really well know is the methodology, but they are not who conveys the health message in order to impose upon the other. No, that's a construction within dialogue. So, based on the issue already agreed upon beforehand, the analysis is performed on the why, the how, and the causes and consequences. And then action is proposed in order to overcome the causes. And here, there is a roadmap or a working plan or commitments coming up. But the working plan is from the indigenous population? No, it incorporates the health staff as well, or a group of teachers and health staff. It's a group of the elderly and the health staff. So it is a matter of two. The working plan is never for one. because I'm not sure if unfortunately or fortunately, but many gaps are visible in health services. And this is the time which is useful to better look into what needs to be improved, from treatment and administrative matters, from treating subject to subject, etc. And finally, in the second moment, we are using this matrix, which is well known by planners, but to us it is harmonious in this second moment when we make use of a platform which is multi-sectorial. For instance, due to COVID, here in Ancash in Peru and Ucayali, this platform has been developed in order to link education, health, housing, baseline or grassroots organizations, indigenous communities, etc. What was the issue? The issue was the increase of infections by COVID. And with this relationship on the why and how, the consequences, there's a working plan established. For whom? For the multi-sectorial platform. And this is, the multi-sectorial is built around who? The mayor. So this is the dialogue as a schema for dialoguing planning for a multi-sectorial platform. And with this, there is even input for those who perform qualitative research on knowing what is being thought and what are mental representations and their knowledge for the participating groups. On the other hand, this then we use as a tool in this scenario for planning. And in this other, we use it as an education or information instrument. And the same, it requires to start from the issue, and based on questions, the actions are constructed. If the issue is, for instance, regarding midwives at some location, there are deaths due to hemorrhage, and the midwives are asked why, and also the facilitator and the health staff will start sharing. This is very dynamic, and so it is not necessary at this point in time to insist on this, because these two matrices or these two ways for engagement are for training facilitators, who are the organic actors in salud, who carry out this dialogue. And now the third moment after dialogue, we already have a working plan. So there we start to envision activities. In the first moment of the multi-sectorial platform, the activity is working plan. In the second one, there's follow-up of action that a group with Salud is agreeing. There's ongoing follow-up, and for Salud, it must incorporate the philosophy of ongoing improvement of quality, and at the same time, the next dialogue is being prepared. Now, why do we say this? Because this is a ongoing process of dialogues. And in each dialogue of minimal intercultural, which start legitimizing the dialogue which is being developed. So the dialogue of knowledge is developed in two scenarios and perspectives. One as an instrument of problematizing education, and another one as dialoguing planning instrument. The first one as an instrument of education, it turns into a problem to be dealt with. It's not that I'm going to give importance of institutional childbirth. No, we're going to deal with an issue that must be rescued based on this. Based on the problem, the group performs an analysis based on questions, and that is they are a constructivist. Here, the role of facilitator is eminently educational, fundamentally educational, because based on questions, firstly, they will seek prior acknowledgement. And based on that, they'll start constructing another kind of minimal space of knowledge and health and cultural health. So it's not that there's better or worse knowledge, or they are just different. And the attempt is to construe action to tackle the cause. Now, when it is used as an instrument of planning and dialogue, there's participation from community leaders and government sectors. Now, depending on the agreed upon problem, the methodological sequence is the same, but here the role of the facilitator must comply to a series of actions. So it is necessary the knowledge on a basic planning and participatory one, and this working plan must be monitored during meetings. So these two scenarios are employed in dialogue of knowledge. So to start wrapping up, what are the sought after features of the facilitator? Currently, this role is strengthening a group of facilitators in each country who have this constructivist perspective, be it for multi-sectorial platforms or for group efforts. And so for this purpose, facilitators are required. But facilitator must be a person who not only has minimal knowledge and skills, but they must assume themselves as an agent for change. So it's not that we're going to train facilitators, but we're going to strengthen actually facilitators, probably in health promotion, who already exist. They must have some knowledge on reality where they're intervening. They know the needs of the population and groups of cultural diversity. They know the methodology of education among adults. They respect cultural diversity, incorporate local knowledge, and promotes their rights in health. They have capacity for observing, listening, and construing jointly with healthcare services staff, and they plan beforehand with training action, and they apply instruments for monitoring and follow-up. So the least requirements, because first they are assumed as an agent of change. They know the reality when they're intervening in their issues. They respect cultural diversity, incorporating local knowledge and promoting their health care rights, and they know the methodology of education among adults. So that's it. Just to wrap up, several points. One, that dialogue of knowledge is a process, not an event. Second, that dialogue of knowledge is gradual and by successive approximations. There are always intercultural minimals, not maximums. Third, a facilitator or skilled facilitator is required. Fourth, these can be done in groups or by multi-sectorial platforms. Fifth, this requires starting from the issue. And sixth, there's not much difference because we've already noted in classical dialogues and presential ones, interpersonal ones, with dialogues made also digitally. They are harder in the sense that it is a machine and a person. So the access to a single person via a machine, tablet, or computer, that's the hard part. But for the rest, they are similar to presential or in-person dialogue, which are brief. That would be it. Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you so much, Dr. Gutierrez. I really believe that this is a strategy that can help us to establish intercultural dialogue, which we are so much, which we're seeking after, in order to start weaving together a vision of a medicine which is more articulated, more humanistic, and more inclusive. Let's look to some of the questions from the audience. One of them is, for instance, whether there has been some experience in relation to the application of this method in order to be able to strengthen the articulation of traditional and complementary medicine with Western medicine. I'm not sure if it's a very specific question. I needed to share the methodology, but I believe Dr. Eddie Russelin, who comes after, has all the experience. But there are with traditional medicine, there are with issues in adolescents, indigenous youths and adolescents, and access to contraception methods, malnutrition, and there's even examples with COVID, where APUs or leaders, simply leaders, and women in the Peruvian rainforest. Well, we will now hear the presentation from Dr. Rosalind. I would like to invite you to stay here in case there's some question where you may also contribute to the answer. Great. So thank you so much, Dr. Gutierrez. It's really very interesting because it is a strategy, as we are repeating, that it can help us much in building knowledge and also as to be able to look jointly in all countries to strengthen our traditional medicine in the Americas. Now, I would like to present Dr. Eric Rosalind. His conference presented today is regarding precisely the experiences that countries have in the region regarding the application of dialogue of knowledge. Dr. Eric Rosalind is an international counselor of family and course of life from Pajo, Peru. Also, we'll see that he has experience, which is pretty considerable, in counseling countries as a plant consultant in different projects. He has been, for instance, in Guatemala, Haiti, the Dominican Republic, and now we have him here in Peru. And as a matter of fact, it is an honor and a pleasure to present him because he is a really interesting person who provides much to our PAHO here in Peru. Dr. Rosalind, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Por favor, ¿podría abrir su cámara, doctor Rosalind? ¿Será posible?
Ahora lo abro. Could you please open your camera, Dr. Rosalind? Yes, I'll enable my camera right now. Just give me a minute. I'm done with a couple more details. Can you see my screen now?
Sí.
Perfecto.
Yeah,
Bueno, muy
we
buenas
are.
tardes a todos.
Well, thank you very much to all of you. It's a real pleasure to be able to participate here in this activity. I'd like to appreciate Dr. Biak, Medical School, and all the organizational committee of this activity. We really, as an American health organization, we are organizing this methodology. It's been really well explained by my colleague, Luis Gutierrez. And now I want to give it a little bit of a turn, this issue. And also, we'll talk about some of the experiences that we've had at the national level in Peru and in some other countries as well. The first thing that I want to mention is that we see from the family promotion of health and course of life, where we are looking at interculturality into depth. And so we have three goals that we need to achieve. The first goal is surviving. The second one is to prosper. And the third one is to transform. These three goals are set for all the activities that we do within the organization with this focus. And what we try to do is to carry these goals and these objectives and to land them in the originary population's context and through the methodology of dialogue. What does it mean to survive? To survive is to basically put an end to all the preventable mortality of everyone, including originary populations. And that's where we see that dialogue have a fundamental part to identify all of the problems, as was explained perfectly by Dr. Gutierrez in making these working plans. But we need to go to the next level, and the next level is to prosper. And what's to prosper? To achieve the health and well-being through the tool of dialogue. We are able to identify what are the problems, and we do the why, and we'll see that further on. We are able to find solutions this way. To be able to put an end to mortality, we need to go to the next level, and that's the level where originary population need to look for is to achieve well-being of the whole population and being able to carry on. But that's not the only process of the organization of the originary population, and not even our methodology itself, because you explained it rather well. It's a whole process that has different types of dialogues and processes in months, and we need to conclude with the fact that we are going to have a transformation, where this transformation is to spread the set and for originary population to be able to develop the best way possible so they can have health and well-being, and at the same time they can end mortality. So as you know, this is already from our own unit, we see it
de dónde tenemos que llegar, hacia dónde tenemos que
a situation where
esforzarnos.
we need to focus, where do we need to reach, where do we need to make more effort, because dialogues as tools have to take us to these places. So that's where we have our other doubt.
El intergeneracional.
We also need to have an intergenerational approach, but if we don't do that intergenerationality, we take it with a course of life type of focus, we will lose that great value that all of our elders have. And here's where, again, part of the experiences that we had with dialogues are born, because at the beginning, we were conducting the community dialogue where we would take the opinion more than anything of elders, because they were the community leaders. And if it's true that they would give us information and these working plans were coming out really good, it was a huge surprise for us to making dialogues with adolescents to see what were the problems of adolescents, how can we move them around, how can we act so we can get to that point, that goal, which is transformation, because adolescents have problems and we need to help them to improve and to find in the health or well-being, but also we found that in the elder child and the early childhood, there's processes that we need to tackle. And we need to see how intercultural dialogues have taken us to the first thing that we did many years ago. Some dialogues and community dialogues where we were doing it in an only group, and now we hear a lot of groups. We hear groups of women, we hear a group of adolescents, also midwives. We also build dialogue with mixed groups, but the most important thing is within these experiences from different countries is that knowledge of our elders goes to the adolescents, to the mothers in labor, to children, but a whole analysis comes out about why things happen, how things happen, who is doing it, how are they doing it, and how are we able to have a whole group of social stakeholders included for this answer? If we are able to make all of the stakeholders to be included in the response, we will have then a working plan that's appropriate, actions that are going to be able to improve health and well-being, and we will end up in a proper transformation towards health. And here, that's where we need to look at the fact that not just so we don't just do with this methodology, how can we say it? We also do with this methodology, we do pair groups so we can discuss experiences. And these pairs dialogues can be conducted within the combination of the regions of health, and it can also be that we are getting together, for example, uh, Amazon or Amazonas with Ucayali, but we also have experiences where we get countries together. We'll look at this in the future or further on. But something that I'd like to highlight here is that if we don't have that type of participation from stakeholders, where we hear everyone, the different at the different levels, from the base of the person itself as such, because our focus is going from the person to the community itself, and then towards the regional level. And then we are looking at the national level. So we need to see how each and one of them is going to put together an educating and planning and participation as well. Because one thing is to have a participation in a dialogue, another thing is to have a joint planning. So these are two things that we wanted to take to a point where we can have a benefit among different groups, so different types of groups. That we have our first example here. You have on one hand, on the right side, a group of people that we wanted, we developed a dialogue with Ecuador and Peru. And we have on the left side a completely Peruvian population. So you see here how this midwife dialogue was carried out over here in the country, in the Amazonas region, where all the midwives traveled from Ecuador to Peru. And they started sharing what they were doing within the attention and the organization to reduce maternal death. But a lot of interesting things came up, too. Like, for example, the use of piripiri. And that's where I'm going to come in and just to give you the answer to the question that Dr. Biya was asking. How is it that traditional medicine versus the Occidental? And we saw clearly here how traditional midwives with traditional medicine were able to have a good approach on how to do prevention, how to make use of traditional medicine, how to use different herbs, and we got really amazed by it because in the Amazonas side was used in one way, and the different places was used a different way, but with the same means. So they started out to coexisting in important things such as how do you do this tea, we do it this and so way and do it the other way. So how is it that you do dosage, which is one of the things that came up as one of the barriers for traditional medicine, how to dosage. So among them, they started to discuss what were the side effects, what was that could be awaiting from each one of the plants and the roots that they were using to control contractions and to improve contraction, to reduce bleeding, and for that kid to be born the best way possible. So when we concluded this dialogue, there was a huge earning in the sense that the Ecuadorian side took the experience of the application of traditional medicine that Amazonas had, and Amazonas was, or Peru, kept that information, which is so rich, so important that Ecuador provided. But also we had things such as a non-intervention from our side, and that's something that was really important for me. We were a facilitator type of actor where they were able to have a dialogue, and we were able to enable dialogue and to have dialogue in existence, and for that way to have a flow of knowledge, and they can apply afterwards what they've learned. So we eliminate here that possibility or this part of the Occidental side where they want to come here and steal information. They want to take away information but not provide anything. And that was a barrier that we were able to overcome. And so the Occidental side, anyways, they learned. Why? Because also in that dialogue, we had the participation of people from the health services from Ecuador and from Peru, from the direction area of Amazonas. And we started by making the exercise on how we link traditional medicine with Occidental medicine, and how is it that we should articulate Occidental medicine Western medicine with traditional. And this enriched even more the process because then it's a matter of saying, okay, us as health services that we have a Western type of medicine. We receive patients that have been treated with Western medicine or traditional medicine, I'm sorry, and we know the reason why they are using certain roots, certain plants, or certain macerates that they do. So that allows also for Western medicine to understand the reason why we have patients the way they get to us, and they also understand how is it that they need to act or when this Occidental medicine happens. So for us, it was a really interesting activity, enriching activity, because we learned a lot, all of us. So as you can tell, this example it doesn't just about a community and how to organize a community, how to talk about the community, how are all the stakeholders are holding, and then we go on to think about the one country doing it one way, the other country doing it another way, and overall, they were able to reach to this link that took us to be able to improve the process in a better way. What are our lessons? We need to get to these challenges, and we need to be up to the challenges that we are setting for ourselves. The goal is attention-based and community and a whole person. And we need to have an articulation and a conversation in the different groups. And here we can call them differently, dialogue or the community dialogue, or knowing or knowledge dialogue, etc. That's some way our methodologies to be able to have a conversation and an articulation. But on the other hand, if that conversation and with that articulation, are we not taking it to a joint planning, we are not going to be able to reach that type of overcoming of getting to the well-being of the transformation. And obviously, the organization of response that needs to be by all social stakeholders that need to be included under this methodology. Just a little bit about distribution or how are we doing at the program level, how it is a family to be articulated, community, local government. I don't want to come into too much detail, and I'm not going to repeat that much what my colleague said. My colleague Luis Gutierrez, but this is a matrix of planning. And right here, I just want, before finalizing, I would like to represent the challenges based on the COVID situation. As we all know, we used to do it in groups, we used to do it enjoying each other's company. Now, all the challenges of this dialogue is to do it with social distancing, do it with protection, with PPE, reducing people in the meetings, and we were able to include the digital scope. And in some of the points, I think that this is working, and some others were not able to yet. And we need to congratulate our colleague Lucho Gutierrez because they've been pioneers into doing it and at a distance, to hold these dialogues at a distance, but it's still a challenge where we all need to participate and take that technology to community so we are able to go back and having that richness that we had before the pandemic. And finally, we need to have information for the local decision making, but also a type of surveillance at the national level. And why am I combining these two things? Combining, I'm sorry, these two things, because importance at the local level based on dialogue is quite a lot. And that's where we're going to have things solved. But at the national level, we also need to understand and comprehend and plan and prioritize these things that happen at the local level. And here, I believe that with the new model of attention, we'll be able to start uh, taking that reflection that the national level needs to have that kind of a community approach, how the network of services respond to real needs in the community. And with that, let me finish. Thank you very much again for the time and the opportunity and the invite, and I'm available for any doubt or question that you guys may have. Thank you. Really good presentation, doctor. Thank you very much. I think that these are really executional type of experiences, more palpable, the one that you are showing us. And we will be looking at interesting results and also looking at it in this experience of the Aguajón people in the higher area. I remember a lot when I visited this area, which it was a way of receiving and of introducing of in the community was necessarily uh, when they interacted among one and the other community and the apples, they were telling about each and one of these communities was doing. A community was telling to the other how they were hunting the animals, how they were cropping the plants, what experiences did they have in health. And the other community was responding and telling them also about the experiences, how were they doing, how are they carrying their own educational perspective. And I think that this part is inherent in them. It's natural. We need to apply it in the communities, and they will be really interesting, I'm guessing. This has been a really interesting presentation of the Pan American Health Organization. And I think that we can strengthen traditional medicine at our continent's level. That's the idea, to start working more jointly, not so separated, but also start articulating, generate bridges among one and the others, and to start building this huge view as a continent. Thank you very much, Dr. Rosalind. We have some questions, please.
Bien.
Well,
una pregunta en la que nos están
maybe a question here, and we are hearing the application of these dialogues should have a staff, trained staff. Then how can we increase dialogues if still there's only few people that are trained in this methodology? What would be the strategy, or how will you plan that out? I'm going to answer part of that question, but I would like to also have my colleague Luis Gutierrez to have some input from Pajo, Peru. We have an agreement with our national authorities to be able to train facilitators regularly. So yeah, what we do have is a planification or planning of every region in the Amazon, facilitators groups that are trained. So not just having facilitators in the country, which are those that are going to make a replicate in regards of need, but also we want to have that, how can we call it, that strength in each and one of the regions. For us, it's really, really important that the methodology it's known, that people can use it, and that the regions, the regional directions of health can encourage them and can promote it. So I believe that that's like that. I'm going to have a really personal comment, a particular comment about this. The dialogues of this type of knowledge is already conducted in communities centuries ago. It's nothing new. What happens is that we are giving it a new way, a new light, and a way of for organizing this type of answer. So this methodology, from our point of view, even though innovative, will be based in ancestry dialogue, meaning in that wisdom that people have and this they have, we're sort of giving something back only. And that's where I will stay. I will give the mic to my colleague Luis Gutierrez so he can complement. Thank you, Eric. Yeah. In each country, we have an office for Bajo, and if it's health or non-governmental organizations, civil society that wants to strengthen or train for facilitators to have enough skills for dialogue, but we already have an initial agenda of 4 modules, all of them virtual, by the way, of 2 hours every module that we can do in a week or week and a half with simulations of the different dialogues. Everything is virtual, by the way. So we're talking about Bajo and, of course, the responsible in health, intercultural responsible for health. They will get a hold of with Dr. Sandalpino, and it will be done really quick. Like Dr. Rosalind says, it's really quick. This is fast because we don't know when are we going to go back to uh, presential type of activity. But meanwhile, I think that it's a way of, I believe, of strengthening people that should have a minimal profile as we've shared. That's it. Thank you very much, Dr. Eric Rosalind. Thank you very much, Dr. Luis Gutierrez. I believe that it's been really enriching your presentation. We thank you for that, and we are almost going and getting through today's date. I would like to now introduce the conclusions for this weekend. Remember that we've been working 3 days, and I would like to make a summary of these 3 days that have been really important in learning of 3 lines of work. The first one being our first line, public policy and regulation. This line of work, we've seen that we had first the presentation of our director of the World Health Organization of Traditional Medicine. He made a presentation about what are the general lines that the organization has on traditional medicine. Then we had the panels, and within these panels, we were able to have the opportunity of hearing to these public policies and of regulation of of Asia. And we had China, India, Korea, and we had also Africa, and we also had with us the Middle East. We also went to a second panel where we were able to have the intervention of Europe through some of the specific countries. First, they gave us a general outlook of everything that was going on in Europe as such. And then we heard about Switzerland, Germany, and finally we had a second panel to hear about this public policy, but in our region of the Americas. And we heard the presentations from the US, from Mexico, from Cuba, and in the afternoon we had the opportunity of hearing South America with the participation of countries such as Brazil, Colombia, Chile, and Peru. At the end of the day, we had a presentation about what a proposal would be of a model on how can we articulate diversity and the focuses in an integrative type of medicine that has a base of the view of complexity and that would set the patient and their family in the core of the context within their community and their ecosystem. The second day, we had a really interesting day as well, talking about the research and investigation line of information management. This day, we had a global view of the research in traditional medicine, complementary and integrational, and we also reported a series of strategies on the management of information. We also started out the day by knowing and sharing some of the research of Asia, China, India, Korea, and then we went to hear about research experiences from Europe, Africa, and afterward, it was really interesting actually to hear a reflection from the scientific methodology and how this scientific methodology, the current one at least, has certain limitants in the proposals to be able to create a new methodology that would lead us to a better response facing this medicine. One of these responses, for example, had to do with the parametric studies that provides us with a more realistic outlook of what's going on when applying this type of traditional or complementary type of medicine. We also introduced the experience of Central America and South America's experiences Countries that participated were Cuba, Brazil, Colombia, Chile, and Argentina. Afterwards, we had the opportunity of hearing to the collaborative type of work between networks, which was interesting on how these different networks introduced themselves that were formed worldwide. For example, we had the Netherlands network, we had the Brazilian consortium, we had the US, and of course, medicine of traditional network and traditional integrative from the Americas itself. Today, we had a really rich day, especially we were able to listen about our traditional ancestral medicine in all of our countries of Latin America and South America, Latin America, Central America, North America. And during the morning, we talked about interculturality and health, experiences of different regions of America and the models that have been applied for the incorporation of traditional medicine in the official systems of health. We had Peru, Guatemala, Mexico, and we were able to identify that on top of it all, we've been able to advance in the recognition to the traditional midwives in the traditional health system. We were able to, or we were able, been lucky enough to hear from one of our agents for traditional medicine, Gabby Horton, which is a Canadian native, that made a reflection on the respect to our natural surroundings. We were able to know the Qualabayas, the medic uh, nomad doctor from Bolivia. You know that Paraguay have been recognized by UNESCO. And as you know as well, we've set challenges in certain points. Because first off, the construction of an epidemiology, which is intercultural, to move forward with the complementarity of traditional medicine with biomedicine. And in the afternoon, we heard from South American countries now looking ourselves as a region. And what did we see? We saw that certainly we are struggling, we are fighting to consider health as a human right. It's important to recognize our own identity. We recognize the need of establishing bridges of approach with intercultural dialogue, but for that, we require for governments to be able to understand what does dialogue mean. Dialogue with mutual respect between professionals of health and between the members of communities. It's a whole work of encounter, and each and one of us has something to provide to keep and preserve alive. Somebody mentioned that the people helps the people. And when we work together, we were able to notice that we really are able to decrease mother mortality, maternal mortality, and we improve people's lives. We also understand that we need to acknowledge that there's still big gaps to cover in the people's health. However, it's important, and we know that what we're looking for is the articulation, and we are looking for that articulation and populations and talk more about articulation, but not of integration. We always need to respect the customer vision. And for experiences in Bolivia, Ecuador, Ecuador, Colombia, Chile, Mexico can lead us to reflection for indigenous population to still are excluded even with health levels that are not adequate, but we've been moving forward. And we have the experiences, for example, from Macau side, we had experiences from Ecuador, we had experiences from the Calaguayas, we've had experiences from Bolivia, from Peru. So it's been really interesting to hear out all these experiences from, for example, the population itself, and the indigenous population, how had they organized, and also this experience of interculturality of Peru, the Mexican experience has been really interesting, and also the diverse experiences that we've been introduced to in regards of being able to develop this type of dialogue, dialogue with no specific or impose impositions with a strategic mean of communication that serves to solve problems, to inform, to report, to web mesh encounters of understanding as well. We all get out of this, or nobody gets out of this, somebody said. And that's why we think it's important that each and one of us contributes to improving the health of the population. But we need to understand that our greatest problem, as we've heard, is our matrix, meaning our own behavioral patterns, our own paradigm. This, that, and we heard from a Mexican brother, this is the encounter of the mother with the son, which is important.
So I would just like to wrap up telling you that we've ended this first phase. There is still one more second phase that we will have to develop precisely next weekend, the 23rd, 24th, and the 25th. On the 23rd, which is Friday, we will be waiting for you at 8 in the morning, and we'll be developing a very important line of work which deals with implementation and management of services. Then, on the 24th, we'll be developing everything related to training of human capital. So the people who must develop precisely traditional and complementary medicine. And on the 25th, Sunday, we will be ending with knowledge from products, resources, and supplies, and the quality that we should consider. As you see, we still have many things to learn. And dear friends, a warm salute to all of you, and we'll meet again on Friday the 23rd. See you soon.